This presentation is made possible by these amazing individuals and organizations. Whether it was through Patreon, Super Chats, Super Stickers, or by watching, liking, and commenting, I really appreciate each and every one of you. Hi, everybody. How's everyone doing today? Welcome to the show. It's my honor to present myself. I am Retro Nerd Girl, and we are on the International Science Fiction Space Station. It is a wonderful, wonderful Wednesday morning. I don't know about you, but I got a lot of stuff done. So I'm kind of happy, and I was also like chill. I was really chill. But to be very honest, I've been up since 5 this morning, so I don't know. I'm just so jazzed about today. As you guys all know, I'll be this morning. I'll be looking at the Ahsoka show, which is presenting episode 1 and 2. And then also I'll be talking about the headlines for the week and just some interesting news all around that I think maybe you guys might be interested in, or some topics to chat over. And while we're talking about chat, let's look in the chat to see who's all here. This is going to be kind of excited. You guys always bring the energy in the morning, which is really great. I've got Korgoth Killings coming in as the first message of the day. Says, yeah. And love the excitement. Yes, keep it up. Good work. We'll keep the excitement going for today. And we've got Brogu in the house. Says, good morning, everyone. This is the way. This is the way. This is truly the way. Let's dive deeper into the chat. We've got Keith E. Says, good morning, bro. Good. I'm waiting for a flight update, in which I did give one. I did give one, which is really cool. And Unicorn Rampant Studios here and says, good morning to Korgot, Brogu, Keith E. Pleasant day in Pittsburgh, but rain this afternoon. So enjoying the cool air with dogs, of course. So cool. Oh, man. And everyone is saying hello to everyone. And Unicorn Rampant Studio says hi to me, or good morning to me, and good morning to you as well. Let's see what else. We've got Korsig here. Hey, Korsig, how are you? Says good start to the series. Great expectations for the series. Wow. Okay, Korsig. I hope that you're going to be on call for me to talk to during this chat, because I need more context as to the things that are going on. Now, yeah, the the series so far has been kind of strange to me. So I'm gonna need your help. Forsig, I need your help. And Tracy's Fractured History and More is here. Hello, Tracy. How are you? So good to see you. It says, good morning, everyone. Oh my goodness. Just letting everybody know that Tracy has a channel that is getting started, and it's been going for the last couple of weeks, and she could probably use some people to go over there and check out her conversation. She's got some really great conversations going over there in her live stream. So check her channel out. And let's see. Let's see. I'm gonna just zoom down. I hope you guys don't mind that if I zoom down. I see that you guys are chatting with each other. And let's see. Oh, thank you so much, Tracy. That's so sweet. I get a rose this morning. This is awesome. Thank you. You're just so kind. Thank you so much. Um, and Keith E is verifying that you can hear me. Thank you, Keith E, because that is very important. I would have been talking and talking, and no one would have heard anything that I had to say, and I'd have to start all back over again. And Volcano is here. It says evening here in Germany. Oh, wow, wow, wow. Well, happy evening to you, or good evening, as normal people say. And it's how they do it on planet Earth, right? And great to see you, Volcano. And let's see what else. Um, oh, the good Austin is here. Oh my goodness, so good to see you. Says, hope you have a fantastic day today, Retro. And I hope you have a fantastic day as well. Oh my goodness, so great to see you. So good, so good. And oh look, Facing is here. Hi, Facing. Says hi, Retro and chat. Oh, so good to see you as well. Oh, what a wonderful morning. Um, a lot of my friends are here. This is great. Okay, now, um, of course, you guys know I have a slideshow. Gotta have a slideshow. So I'm gonna add that to the stream, and so we can get started on the topics for today. And let's see. Topics for today. The first one up is, of course, Ahsoka episode 1 and 2. So this was really tough for me to describe because prior to Ahsoka, of course, Ahsoka is a character, and there may be a lot of people who are not familiar with who Ahsoka is at all, but just knowing like there's been that she has her own show, trying to figure out, oh, why does this character has her own show? Well, I'll just gently explain a little bit of that. Oh, before we get going with that, I want to say hi to Dadman Walking 55. So good to see you. Thanks for stopping by. Good morning, he says, and good morning to you as well. Yes, it just gonna go through and just explain who Ahsoka is. Ahsoka was training way back during the prequels, or in between the prequels. What we didn't see was Ahsoka training with Anakin Skywalker, and she was his Padawan. But something occurred in which she was mistrusted by the Jedi Knight, and she was, I think, she was expelled, or she was. And then she left. She volunteered. They found out that she wasn't responsible for this thing, and she just left because she was just pissed off with them and tired of the whole thing, and she ended her training. So, when she did that, she kind of went off and did her own thing and worked behind the scenes, if you will, with a lot of other rebel factions all over the galaxy. And so there is a show. So she started out in this animated TV series Clone Wars, and then went on to be in the animated TV series. Rebels. And in that show, there was a group of people in which she created a close bond with, and she even had a Padawan. I'm not sure if you could call it like official, or they walked away from each other, or what happened, but she had a Padawan in that series by the name of Sabine. Now we saw her recently, or a lot of people are just starting to follow this whole thing with Ahsoka. She reappeared in The Mandalorian season 2, I believe, where no, sorry, yes, season 2, where she was supposed to tell, or she did tell, the Mandalorian where he could take, Grogu and get him the training that he needed from Luke Skywalker. Now, during that time, she had a battle with a woman, magistrate. Let me see if I can get all the names of everyone correct. But there was a fight, and she was able to get this lady arrested, because this lady worked prior with one of the high-ranking officers of the Imperial fleet. Now, uh, uh, Grand Admiral Thrawn is the name of this bad guy, and right now he is somewhere off in some other place, maybe really far away. That and no one knows where he is. And this was all played out in Rebels, and what season? The last 2 seasons. So if you were so inclined to watch the Rebels, the last 2 seasons is where you would get the catch up for all of this. It's a long tail, really long. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a couple of things for you guys. If you are so inclined to learn about any of this, maybe you just want the cliff notes from me, and then that's all you need. But for anybody really looking into this, let me see if I can find it. Um, All right, I'm gonna put a link in the description if you are curious about Ahsoka Tano. and her history. So this gives a pretty good breakdown of her history. Okay. Because it's nice it's nice to know, what everybody's kind of talking about when people are talking about stuff. It's kind of nice to know. I like to know about that kind of stuff. And let's see. Um, I'm just going to open up another little area so that way I can see some notes about the show really quickly. I want to get um, the names of people correct. Where is it? Where did it go? Here we go. Yes. So the the lady that was that she had arrested is actually playing a really juicy part in this season of Ahsoka, where she is basically like the main bad guy for the moment. They are. Let's see, what's her name again? Don't tell me because I'm about to find out in a few seconds. Boy, boy, boy. Morgan Elsbeth is her name. I always forget her name. Morgan Elsbeth. She is the former magistrate of Caledon, Caledon. Hmm. Sounds like uh, Callan, who is allied with Thrawn. Okay, so the thing is that this woman is what they call a night witch, and she used to be really be close to Thrawn, this Grand Admiral Thrawn, who is sort of this huge player in the uh, in Rebels. He was a great strategist. There have been books written about this character. There's a lot of lore behind Grand Admiral Thrawn, and so this series seems to be like trying to find this guy. Where is he? And so there's also another character by the name of Ezra, who was responsible for kind of ending the war in a way with Thrawn and is said to be with Thrawn wherever he is at. So that's very interesting. So uh, I think there is a deep lore here. There's a um, lot to learn about this story. But at the same time, if you don't know anything about the story, it's going to be hard for you to keep up. Oh, let me see. There's some more said. Corsic says, "Good morning. I'm no help, but I don't know anything about the characters. But just like the Star Wars tie-in. Oh yeah. Well, I will say this. This so far this series is very very Star Warsy. We got a lot of lightsaber battles. People who have been like, I need more lightsaber battles than ever. This has got plenty of lightsaber battles. Um, and I think that is really that's something that people have been asking for, and this show is delivering that. Absolutely. I mean, there's at least one, two, three, four characters carrying lightsabers. I mean, what more can you ask for if you're a lightsaber battle fiend? You're gonna be fed. You're gonna be fed. And V is here. Hi V, how are you? Says hi, good show. You like the show, huh? Okay. Yeah, because I had no idea. And Unicorn Rampant Studio says, sounds like Dune. Oh, really? um, oh, sounds like the Atreides home world. Okay. Yeah, gosh, you're making me want to watch Dune again. I love Dune. Okay, can we just say that? Can I just say that out? Confession. I love Dune. And so it's like Dune and like the first two Terminator movies. We just my mind goes places. And Tracy uh, Tracy says she looks like Grace Jones. Oh, you mean Ahsoka Tano? Inter- Interesting. Yeah. Oh yeah. So this is a picture of the show Rebels that was animated, and people love that show so much. So a lot of these characters are going to be in live action. This guy in the front, his name is Ezra. This is the guy that's missing, and they're all like sad because he's gone, and they're upset, but they're also trying to find Thrawn, um, both to find Ezra, but also to get their hands on Thrawn because while he's still out there, he's still a threat. Um, and Tracy says yes. Okay. That would be something that Grace Jones would wear in like the 70s. And what am I talking about? She still wears interesting garbs like that now. Unicorn Rampant Studio says the spice must flow. Fear is the mind killer and all that stuff. Oh yes. um, and Facing says, I want this show to work out so badly. May it follow this in the footsteps of Andor. Yes, I mean, it's got a rocky start in my opinion. But after episode 2, I am like, okay, I see something really good here. So there, like I said, there's a lot of story to cover. And if you're not really familiar with all of this stuff, you're just not gonna follow it. It's not gonna be interesting enough for you. And it definitely falls a little flat if you don't know the story structure. But if you're also too in the mindset of like, just give me like I want to see Star Wars stuff, and this is Star Wars stuff. This is Star Wars stuff. This is Star Wars stuff. And honestly, maybe we are just a little starved for it. And Brogu says, I need more lightsaber battles. Reminds me of Christopher Walken on Saturday Night Live saying he needed more cowbell. It's like, I need more cowbell. I love that skit so much. Give me more cowbell. Well, yeah, if you want lightsaber battles, they're serving it up fresh and hot. And I do like that. I do like that for the fans who did want that. There were just some people who were saying that that's exactly what they wanted. Spaceships, lightsabers, and Star Wars magic, and this delivers a whole lot of it, including force powers I didn't even know existed, but they do have different abilities now, and it even like seems like different Jedi can do different have different talents in certain areas. So this is good. This is good. If we're going deeper into the lore, that's fine as long as we don't shatter the lore. That's great. And so it seems like this is honoring the rebels and all the stuff that they created with the rebels and the Clone Wars. And Facing says, Rebels rock. I personally prefer Rebels to Clone Wars. Oh, really? Okay. So you guys like see, I never saw those, but I know a lot about them. I know in order to enjoy The Mandalorian season 3, um, I had to kind of had to know a little bit more about all of these different shows. And Corsic says, I will need to watch Rebels show now to catch up with the lore. Yes, and some people I've heard from experts that the best thing to do is to if you're short on time, if you have all the time in the world, watch all of them. But if you are short on time, just watch the last 2 seasons, and that will catch you up to what's going on. um now that's from the grapevine. I'm trying to do all this research so that way you guys can have all the power in your hands to figure out what to do. Now, Ahsoka as a character, I love her. I think she's great. I like Rosaria Dawson's portrayal. I think she's likable. She's very serious. She's much more serious. But then there's a tinge of like a knowing. She plays um, she plays Ahsoka almost like like Luke, like the way we imagine Luke to be, like very much a knowing character, wise, um, and also deliberate in the things that they do. Like she is a um, master Jedi Knight. You know, whether she considers herself a Jedi Knight or not, she is embracing a lot of that, and it's kind of cool to see like what Jedi's are supposed to be in a strange way. So she's doing very well. I love everything to do with the portrayal and the character itself. There's a lot going on for the character that has been described in the Rebel show. Lots of burdens that she has and things that she's dealing with. But I think as far as setting her up, the episode 1 and 2 is actually doing quite a great job. Even if you don't know anything about her past, like you can actually see this character in the first 2 episodes and just you're up to speed. I mean, you may not know all of her history, but it's you get the flavor and the feel that she knows what she's doing when she's holding those lightsabers, and it looks great. I like I mean, she has 2 battles in the first episode, I believe, and it's really good. I think she has 2 battles. Very good. She has one really nice, battle with a an inquisitor, and I'm not sure if he's really an inquisitor or what that character is, but he does have the, lightsaber of the inquisitor, the one that spins like that. It has, like, 2 prongs and it spins. That's, like, an amazing weapon right there, and it's a really, great to see that they're playing with and the fighting aspects. All the fights in the story except for one was very good. I thought um and Daryl Calhoun is here, says hi there. Hello, Daryl. Have a great, I hope you're having a great day. Great to see you. And El Necron is here, says enjoyed it so far, deep in Star Wars lore. Oh wow. See, this is like for people who've been following the all these stories, this is really something that they're enjoying, and if you haven't, it's going to be a little awkward and you're going to be like, what's going on? Just a little bit. You'll be a little bit um, out of sorts. And Volcano says, I just saw the fight scene between her and a droid. Apparently, she phoned in her performance in as her jump elevated her barely off the ground. Oh, really? Okay. Well, I thought, hmm. And if that's the droid that's in the beginning, um, I thought that one was a little bit, awkward, but there was some spectacle to that fight scene where she's fighting the 4 droids. I thought that was really interesting. Um, there's, another scene where she's fighting a droid um, and what seems to be an inquisitor. Uh, it was really kinda, I thought it was really good, but, it doesn't it's nothing that like, makes you bite your nails. These were all fight scenes, but not, like, nail biters, right? They're not nail biters, but I enjoyed it for what it was. I don't think they were meaning to make anything, with any tension. I do have a big complaint with one of the fight scenes, though. Daryl says today. Oh, this is out today. I think that's your question. Um, And let's see, you guys are chatting amongst yourself. And thank you. So Daryl Cullen says thank you. I watched a lot of the Clone Wars. Okay, yeah. So you're gonna know a lot more about Ahsoka's origin story. With her and Anakin, which is a touching story, a touching relationship too, as well. So yes, and so that was my opinion on Ahsoka, the character as well. I'm actually looking forward to more from this character in particular, and seeing how she maneuvers her way through this story. And I'm really enjoying her counterparts in this. Some of them, not all of them. There's a couple of characters that I'm like, okay, I need to see more, but I'm not willing to toss everything out uh, just yet. Love the droid here that's featured in the background. I forgot the name of that droid, but love this droid. Seems that droid was around during it was actually in the clone, not the clone, but in the Jedi Temple, helping with with helping the Padawans in the Jedi Temple for what he says 500 years, which was very interesting, very interesting. Um, and I do like the ship that they're on. And I'm not sure what the name of the ship is, but what a great facility to house Ahsoka and her team eventually. I'm sure she'll get more people involved. So yeah, just loving the character right now. They're just building up on that. And let's see, Facing says, I've been on the verge, so when I saw the mural with Ezra and Canon, I was sobbing thinking about Ezra. Oh wow, how he's yet again alone, just like when the Empire took his parents. Okay, so this is backstory, guys, on these characters. And like I said, a person looking at this for the first time is not going to have any emotional ties to this. But people who have followed the story, for many of the people who have followed the story, they were children when this came out. So this is endearing to them. That's why I think it's when reviewing this, we have to look at this with sensitivity and look at this before you go and like say terrible things about it and like trash it. Just think about like there were a lot of people who were children when they started watching the show, and it developed over the years and become part of something that they find very endearing. And so that's why I'm very much not so harsh on these episodes in the beginning, because I think it's we have to just apply a little bit of sensitivity to know that this is definitely something that means something to someone. And Facing also says that what made me cry even more was seeing Ray again. So sad. Oh yes, yes, Ray Stevenson. Just so that is just the saddest thing, and we're gonna get to that, to Ray Stevenson and his character, and talk a little bit about that. And Stephen Reacts To is here. Hello, Stephen Reacts To. It's not bad. It's not good. It's another MacGuffin story with Sabine Wren character drags on. So that's the issue. But Dave Filoni, I trust completely. Okay, that's a different. Not Disney. Okay, yes. Um, yes, definitely. There's quite a few opinions that are differing in the chat, and so this is great. I get to see them all. Thank you so much for letting me know, because that is I think I'm somewhere in the middle of the road. Episode 1 was a tough pill for me because I was trying to kinda catch up and figure things out, and I'm able to, cognitively understand, what's going on, but I don't have the emotional piece to it, like others do, and I know a lot of people do have the emotional attachment to a lot of these characters, and seeing them in live action is really a big deal for them as well. So that's another thrill for a lot of the long-term fans. El Nacron says, "Doing all right, likewise." Looking, working and lurking. Sorry, you were responding to Daryl's question of how you doing. Sorry about that. Let's see. Brogu says, when the Star Wars prequels came out, people of my generation who loved the original Star Wars trashed the prequels, not really realizing there was a generation that started out with the prequels. Yes, a lot of people started out with the prequels, and a lot of people started out with these animated shows that kind of went on into their own tangent. The beauty of those shows is that they were happening before Disney got their hands on the property. And so George Lucas had a big hand in dealing with these storylines. And so you have the blessing of George Lucas on a lot of this stuff, but it's also that Dave Filoni has kind of developed and made a career out of working through George Lucas' ideas and building upon his own characters and storylines, and people are enjoying it. That is one big piece. I think it's very important to remember because like I said, there is the emotional piece is the part that half the people looking at this are not going to get it, and half the people are going to be like, "Oh my God, they showed this thing," and and they're going to freak out, like seeing the Purgles on a drawing. They're just like, "Oh my God, the Purgles!" And the rest of us are like, "What are Purgles? What the heck is going on?" And so yeah, it's and just in case you don't know what the Purgles are, they are they are they look like whales, I think. Whales and squids, right? Like a merging between whales and squids, and you can only see them when you're going at light speed. They travel in this mystical space between light speed, and um it's they actually work together with um Ezra, the character that they're looking for, to kind of take them to another part of the galaxy far, far away, if you will. And that is kind of cool. So I wanted to talk a little bit about this bad guy here, the magistrate, who is absolutely. I think she's wonderful in this. Uh, they gave her a much deeper storyline. She is cold, she is methodical, and I really can't wait to see more from this character and exactly how in depth she is with Ron. Why is she so in love with Ron? Why is she so desperate to get to Thrawn? What is the pull there? Are they like friends? Did he save her life? What's the backstory here? So I hope they go into that and show us something. I need a crumb of I need a crumb of storyline there. But I love how strong she's playing the role, how she's really she has some sort of magical ability because she's a night sister and she's a great opponent. Held her own, with Ahsoka, but is also a force to be reckoned with, a force to be reckoned with for sure. And so uh, this is Admiral Thrawn, and I don't know where this visual is from. If this visual is going to be part of something we see during the series, or if this is part of the movie that was talked about, but it is a visual of Admiral Thrawn in his heyday. So I'm thinking that this was when he was is this him young or is this him present? We're not sure what is happening here, but what the reference to this picture is, but this is just an inkling of what we may get in the future movie. We're not hoping to really get too much of Thrawn in the series, but sort of this is the search for him and tracking him down. And maybe we may get lucky and see him in the last episode, uh, if we're so inclined. And this is where the magistrate is using her powers to open up a sort of a cosmic key, if you will, to show us exactly where Thrawn is on the like universal map, if you will. And so it's beautiful. It's gorgeous. They did a great job visually describing all of this. It really felt a lot like the map scene in Raiders of the Lost Ark. It had a lot. There's a lot of Indiana Jones flavorings in this, especially the first episode, the first scenes. And I think they're doing very well to build up a storyline, a lore, and I think that's really, really important. Like that, building up the lore is going to be their strong suit here, since a lot of people aren't going to have the reference of Clone Wars and Rebels. And Facing says, I think she's the Night Sister I've seen on screen, reminding me of the best parts of the Clone War. Oh, really? Wow. Um, Interesting. Yes, you guys, I see it. That's information I did not know. Um, and I only know that the Night Sisters existed, and I think maybe I saw a picture of one, but I did not actually get to see the storyline. Now, this character is quite interesting. This is played by Ray Stevenson, is Balin Skull. And this is very interesting. I'm going to read what it says about him. He's a former Jedi who survived Order 66 by fleeing into the unknown regions, who is now a mercenary in search of power. That is his thing. He mentions power. And power to do what? I don't know whether it's like the actual physical power to the wielding the force, or followers, or power within the system to be like a general or a leader of some sort. Um, we're not actually certain what kind of power he's after. Um, and he has a Padawan, which is Shin Hati. And let's see if I can get a picture of her as well. So you can have, there he is. And that's a scene we haven't seen just yet. But this is Shin Hati, who is his apprentice, and she is very talented, and I do like her appearance visually, and I like her. She says very little. She says very little, but she's curious and she's interesting. Definitely one with the dark side of the forest, definitely. But her lightsaber is orange, I believe, and so she's got a lot of darkness in her, which and where you can sense, not only just looking at her, but just in general, she just does. I'm sure if Palpatine got his hands on her, he would turn her into a Sith immediately. But as you can see, she has this really cool cut, but she has a braid on the side, indicating that she is a Padawan indeed. And so I do love these little details that help to frame the storyline, and based on just what little we know of the Jedi Order and things like that. Facing saying, okay, yes, you told that, and let me see if I can get the other message you left. Facing says, the more I think about it, the more I like the idea of Thrawn is stranded as the back end of the universe. It's about time that the size of the universe is used against some of the characters. Interesting, yes, like because we see them just like jet off to one part of the universe to the next with uh, hyperspeed, but yeah, it'd be nice if there was such a thing as we need to trek several days in order to get to this location, or it might take a while to get to this location. Um, and let's see if I can do this. And yes, so she's a very interesting character. Let's see if I found anything to um, and yeah, and they did say here in the description of her, Balin's apprentice, who is a dark force user, is exactly what they describe her, and is ordered by Balin to go after Ahsoka. So she is um, described as calculated and impatient, but a seeker, and is encouraged by Filoni to help develop elements of her character's backstory from the actress Ivana Sakno. Ooh, where's William Blake Hall when you need him? Sakno, I think her name is is pronounced. She's doing a great job. Love her so far. Um, I just I just love her presence. She's got something really great. We have this character, which was also in Rebels. Uh, see if I can get a Mary Elizabeth Winstead is playing her, which you might be really familiar with her from being in the movie. Oh, what is that movie? Oh, you guys will know that. Well, they said that she's been in the soap opera Passions, but let's see. She was in Death Proof, Final Destination 3, and Black Christmas, and there's another really good one that she was in. Abraham Lincoln Vampire Hunter. Scott Pilgrim versus the World. That's the one I really know her as, where she plays the character Ramona Flowers. Can hardly recognize her in the makeup. And also, she is married to Obi-Wan Kenobi. Our Obi-Wan Kenobi. And let's see. Ewan McGregor. So that is really great. She was fat. She was actually really good. The character is very good. I think she plays sort of a motherly role in this. Um, and it was very interesting. She was in a kind of a dogfight situation, and I was like, oh no, I hope they don't get rid of this character, because I really do. I took a liking to her almost instantly, just because the way she's playing her, and I think it's I like the fact that she's sort of mentoring and guiding and sort of nudging people gently towards a kinder, more cohesive team, and I like that. She's also a general with the New Republic, so she has certain powers and abilities that can get them from place to place. This is good because that means that she can get certain clearances that other people can. It helps the storyline. And Oh, and Keith E says, William Blake Hall said that he had a meeting today, but I'm sure he's listening now on the replay. Oh, sure. Well, William Blake Hall, we are thinking of you. I hope you're having a great day. And yes, Roger 5171 says, Scott Pilgrim versus the world. Oh, absolutely. Thank you so much for helping me out there. And yes, it is. I adored her. Like I said, I hardly recognized her with this makeup on, to be honest. But it is, she was a welcome treat, and the storyline is one of the few characters, um, I thought was like instantly like, oh, I get her right away. I understand her. According to her backstory, she's a mom. And she does act like a mom. She acts like a mom too. She acts like a mom, but she's also like, ready to get into a dog fight any day. Her little robot friend is so cute, very reminiscent of R2D2, but a little bit more, I would say, goofier, and not in a way that distracts from the storyline. It's actually endearing and cute. Um, he gets the job done, though. He gets the job done. Okay, so now we get to the part where we're talking about Sabine Wren. And Sabine Wren has a very long storyline in which, we're now getting this. We're being introduced to this character with this deep, long storyline. Again, half the people who are watching this, who saw this when they were kids, are gonna love it, because it's like, oh yeah, we're finally seeing her in real life, and we're getting an idea for the character. And I'm gonna give you my honest opinion. Do not get mad at me for this. And it is subject to change because we're only on episode 2. It could be different later on. Um, Sabine in the first episode was insufferable. I just kept yelling at the screen like, "What is going on? What, like, why are you doing this?" I was very, very not pleased with the character. Um, and I know of her backstory. I know of her backstory. I did not watch it, which is different, because knowing of her backstory and watching her backstory is gonna have a different emotional response. So we find her in the story shirking, her responsibilities in a way. She was supposed to be on stage to issue a speech, uh, because she is one of the heroes of, the war that was won, where Thrawn and Ezra disappeared. And so instead of showing up at the speech, which, is really about showing other people hope, um, also describing, it's a service to other people to tell that story as well. She doesn't care about any of that. So we have for um, people like actually trying to chase her down to get her to go and give a speech. Very simple thing, a speech. Could have been 2 words, or "I don't feel very well today, so I'm staying home." She could have said that. No, it's this chase, and she wants them to chase her, obviously, which is very annoying. Um, and they're having like a banter and a conversation, and these guys are just doing their jobs, and she's like, making them spend resources to go chase her down. It's kind of upsetting, especially someone who has been in, like, for somebody like that who's been in, situations where she's been in, like the past that I've known, that she has. So it was kind of weird to see her in this kind of position. I love the fact that there was this chase scene with, all this, the frills, if you will, of a chase scene. But it had no purpose, because it would have been much better if the chase would have been Shin and the robots trying to chase her down because they're trying to get to her because she has that object that they need. Remember that storyline? That would have been excellent. That would have been excellent to show us how good she is at this, of evading people who are chasing her. And instead, we get it at this scene, which actually holds no water, just makes her look really bad. And so that was a bad opening for her as a character. Again, for this is from the perspective of someone who did not actually see the Rebel show or any of the stuff that she was involved with in the past stuff. I've seen clips, I've seen other stuff, but I don't have the emotional tie to the character. I do know of it, but not, like I said, not seen it. Let's see what you guys are saying. Facing is saying, thinking about the slower pace. For me, it works. It lets us see the fruits of the rebels' rebellion. Also, let us sit and simmer in the aftermath and consequences of the war. Okay, yeah, yeah, I get it. I absolutely get it, and I think I have. Um, I like that. I also it would have been kind of cool to give us a recap, maybe a little bit of recap for people who haven't seen the war and the devastation of that war. Just show us like the live action version of that. There's a few scenes that are live action repeats in the first episode. So it would have been nicer to show us like what happened in that war, like a little bit. We don't have to get into too much of these detail, but a little bit of the savage, you know, these guys are experiencing PTSD and just like fleshing that out a little bit for me personally. Like I said, if you've seen all this before, this is gonna mean something much different for you. So I just wanted to be honest about my opinion here. Oh, look, Lex Luthor is here. Yes, says Retro Hugs. Hugs to you as well, Lex Woofer. And Darth Plato is here. Says, "Hey, Retro. Hey, great to see you guys. Oh my goodness." And Darth Plato says the chase scene seemed forced to me. I thought it was misplaced. I thought it would have been really great if they would have. It didn't have the tension behind it that I really wanted. So when she does that move where she ducks underneath the ship, um, I really wanted to feel like, yeah, this is life and death situation. This is not life and death. This is somebody who's just doing something for kicks. And it's hard to feel sympathy for somebody who's doing that. Um, no matter the reasons, like, um, it's just really hard. You know who also did something like this? It was like um, the beginning of the 2009 Star Trek movie with when they had James T. Kirk do this, like he's like a wild man. He's doing all this wild stuff. Like it's like, yeah, there are many ways to show that somebody's wild, but it would have been nice if there was a mission or something where he did show off where that he was a wild man and willing to do really crazy stuff that could get him killed, but also give us I want to see the hero. Lex Woofer says you'd have to chase me down to catch this show to watch this show. Oh no, Lex Woofer is not having it. Okay, sorry about that. Um, but yeah, this show does mean a lot to a lot of people. Let's see. Botanical Brothers. Oh, thank you so much. 4.99 super chat. Whoa. Says, hey RNG, thanks again for hosting the heavy metal movie. It was fun and nostalgic. Oh wow, thank you. That's great. Yeah, the metal movie is so amazing, and that show was I did have a good time last Saturday watching that with you guys. What a pleasure. I want to say thank you. So let's see if I can find a great. Oh, I haven't played this one in a while. Yes. Love this music. For that. Thank you once again, Botanica brother. Wow, wow, wow. And great to see you this morning. Great to see you this morning. And Facing says, live action recap would have been, I won't say the word, but yes, agreed. It would have been amazing. And just to give us that context, we need that's what this series is missing. At least episode one in particular. Episode one is missing context. Just so that way it could fill us in. We don't have to give us the entire story, but give us something. Give us something to chew on. We get it a little bit more later on, I think. Episode 2 was much better to me than episode 1 as far as getting to uh, breaking away the doubt, and definitely has a higher score from me. And Darth Vader says, and they were trying to show her being flippant, doesn't give an attitude, either to be cool or as a character flaw to contrast the character post hospital visit. Yes, I totally get that because there's a big turnaround, and that's also a missing piece for me because, like, coming so close to death would do that to you, but she never says that. She never says, "Man, I saw my life flash, um, and in front of me, and I didn't do anything to help Ezra." That would have been I would regret that forever. Like something to give us the inkling that there's a physical wanting to make that change, would have been nice. Like just that that twisting moment, that verbally that she says it out loud, like, "Oh, snap, I've been doing the wrong thing this whole time." But here's the other thing is, like, I do feel like that attitude is I mean, it's an attitude that I don't think is a lot of people like. I in particular did not enjoy the character. I do like the switch. I do like the switch in episode 2. That's why I feel like episode 2 feels better. Um, and you know what would have really okay, so look, listen to this. What would have really tipped me over the edge in episode 1 that would have made it feel like, oh, I get this character. She sees the hologram of Ezra playing, and I thought it would have been really great at that point for her to be like just break down and cry like hard sobbing tears. So we know that this is really hurting her like emotionally. She is missing her friend and feels responsible or feels upset or feels terrible about how everything has gone. And so that's something where we could have used that one moment to express a physical, like emotional reaction. And I think it would have said like, "Oh, she's putting it all on, like all of this bravery and like pretending she doesn't care about the world, and she does care." And she is a person who does have a moral center. It's just that she's going through some stuff right now. And that was just the thing that was needed. Something to make us feel emotionally um like there was emotional weight, and that was the thing that was missing. But I get it. I totally understand all that stuff, absolutely, because on paper it sounds good. It just didn't show up on screen enough for me as a person who did not see the Rebels show. And like I do have high hopes for this season. So I'm not one of those people that's just gonna um toss it away because I didn't exactly enjoy everything about episode 1. So yeah, there's still hope. There's still hope. And Dark Player says the bike scene was almost channeling Maverick from Top Gun. Yeah, it did have a flavor of that. I think so, yeah. I wish there was, like, a reason behind it, um, for me. I wanted something else. Like, maybe this was the test run for, like, if they had, like, a throwback where somebody else was chasing her for real, like, and there was real tension. But hey, maybe we'll get that later on. Maybe we'll get that chase scene later on where she has to use her chasing, her aversion to being chased scenes. Brogu says 2009 Star Trek focused too much on how wild and crazy James C. Kirk was. The movie was mostly about him and not the mission. Yeah, I mean, there's like a million things I could say about that movie, and I really like. Uh, ooh, it's like pouring salt on a wound. But technically, that movie is like great. Great technical movie. Actors were fantastic. There was nothing wrong with that except for the story. The story was just where I have the biggest issue, which is pretty much most of the movie, right? And Corsic, oh my God, thank you so much for the sticker, the $10 sticker. Oh my goodness. It says thank you. Oh wow, you're so sweet. Thank you so much. That is really great. Oh gosh. I want to have find the perfect thank you for you today. Let's see if I can find one that is gonna be great. Let's get a nice retro one. Can't help but dance. Thank you so much, Corsic. I really appreciate it so much. You're just so kind. Thank you. And Darth Vader says the droids should have led with the explosion in the opening. Ooh, yes, I like the way you're thinking. I like the way you're thinking. And Karthik says, learning a lot. Oh, cool. Yeah. Oh, that's great. Yes. Well, I have some more links I'm going to share with you guys if you need more supplemental information and stuff. So, and we're only up to the first part of this stream, which is really hilarious in itself. There's so much to talk about, and let's see. Um, yeah. I This is a scene from episode 2 where she cuts off, her, long hair that she's got going on here, and, it is really, um it's a like, once she becomes who she needs to be, it's like, "Okay, I get it." Like, that's great. Episode 3 needs to really be about showing us the chemistry between Ahsoka and Sabine, because right now it's very, very touchy feely. It doesn't feel um, like flowy and friendshipy or even like good. I want more camaraderie between the two. Um, and so hopefully it's like it's really touch and go, and maybe that's part of it. Maybe that's part of the storyline is that they're not fully trusting of each other, but they need to do this. And maybe Sabine is going along with doing this whole thing of being Ahsoka's Padawan again, just to get Ezra back, or maybe is she really into to this for real? Like, is this really her decision to do because personally she's wanting to do this? It's a very interesting question, and, I hope that it's, like, the latter, that she really is interested in doing that. I want more, uh, relationship stuff. I want more of them relating to each other, a partnership too, like, or a feeling, even if it's like master and Padawan, just having some kind of camaraderie that's a little bit better than what I'm getting so far. Um, but I'm liking that there was a change and we had an arc of a character already. Um, and maybe even later on we might find out what was the source of the arc. Was it like almost dying, or was it, what was it that made her change her mind? And start becoming more open to the idea of working with Ahsoka, and also the idea of being her Padawan again. These are big decisions that she made, and I really am curious about that. I hope that those answers come. Keith E says nobody has said hit the thumbs up if you like the content. Yeah, I don't I don't think. Yes. I definitely did not say it and no one has said it, but thank you, Keith E. I let's say it right now. Hit the thumbs up button if you're liking the content, and whether you're watching it live right now or in the replay. I do very much appreciate. And let's see if I do have a little stinger for that too, which is really cute. You guys are gonna love it. Let's see if I can find it. Oh yeah, use the force and smash that like button. Oh man, and Darth Vader says Sabine acts like someone recovering from depression. Yeah, I mean, I think it had the portions of it, and we just needed a like like a little bit more. Like a little bit more, and, like, just because I actually oh gosh, I hope I don't get teary-eyed right now just thinking about it. I actually lost a friend, and, if I saw a hologram of her speaking to me, I would lose it, like, I would, like, snot the like, red eyes, just I would be crying so deeply. And so something like that would have been just enough to say, "Oh, this is a hurt individual that's trying to heal, like trying to heal themselves with activities of, thrill seeking, and is like just a little, and it's like it's what, like 2 seconds, not more, maybe more than that, like 30 seconds of her crying would have been like really perfect. And, Darth Vader said, "I love the cat though," and me too. That cat, I want that cat if I can get a plushie of that cat somewhere. But I don't I'm not sure if Disney has forethought that they were gonna have another cutie patootie animal-y kind of thing that they were gonna have to sell merchandise of. But this is the cutest cat, and let me see if I have a picture of the kitty cat. We're gonna go, a little, there it is. Oh, so cute. Oh, look at that, adorable. Ah, I want one. I want one. And they sell these like fake dogs and cats with like they, like, breathe. They're, like, sleeping in, like, a little thing, so I want one of this with that has, like, a breathing capacity. I wonder if they will make one like that. Um, Definitely making a lot of cat noises, a few, Grogu noises too that I heard in that, and it was really cool, and, loved it so much. So cute, so cute. Let's see if I can go back to, yes, Sabine. Yes, I loved her transformation. I just wanted a little bit more. Yeah, Brogu says, You want more relationships, more you want more cowbell. Yes, I do. I want more cowbell. I gotta have more cowbell. And Corsic says, haha, groovy, yes. And Unicorn Rampant Studio says, I've got the urge for a lightsaber romance. Ooh. Oh man, and oh my God, V, thank you so much for the super chat. Says maybe the girl's just blocking stuff out of her head with Ahsoka. Maybe, yeah, I don't know. But here's the good part about it. We're only on episode 2 and we can still have more things open up to us later on in the season. So that is the cool part about it. We don't know what's coming up next. What's coming up could be more story information about the characters, and so that's why I'm patient with this, and I don't want to jump to any conclusions. Even though I was not in love with episode 1 as much as I wanted to, episode 2 delivered quite a bit. Unicorn Rampant Studio says, that was in my best Christopher Walken voice. Sorry for the disconnect. Oh, absolutely. I got, oh, you mean I've got an urge for a lightsaber romance? Yes, yes, yes. It is so much fun. And oh, okay, I need to get the proper a really nice thank you. And let's see if I could find one. Um, let's do this one. Oh, oh, wait a minute. Here, I'll do this one. Yes. Thank you, V. Thank you so much. And Rose says, I got a fever, and the only prescription is more lightsaber romance. You guys are killing me right now. These are the best. These are the best. Let me see if I could do the Christopher Walken voice. I've got a fever, and the only prescription is more lightsaber romance. I flubbed it. I don't have it. Christopher Walken. Oh man. Yeah. I flubbed it, guys. I can't do I could do some things. I could say one or few lines, but it's all in good fun. Jerry Mendoza says, "Howdy, chat. Hello to you as well, Jerry Mendoza. So good to see you." And let me just continue go a little further on with this. Let me see what if I have something in my notes here. Um Okay, so we're gonna get to a little bit more of this. Yes, it says, "Hey Retro, hey Jerry, how are you?" Let's see. Uh, Unicorn Rampant Studio says that was all right. It really started out great, Orangey. Thank you. Oh man, and let's see. Okay, so another little backstory about Sabine is that she is a okay. Um, oh, there's a lot to say about it. Sabine is also the person who gave the dark saber. Remember when we were talking about the dark saber for the last season of The Mandalorian? She actually gave that lightsaber to oh man, I'm forgetting her name. Uh, um, the princess, the princess of the story. Um, darn, what is her name? It's like totally Bo-Katan. Sorry. She gave the dark saber to Bo-Katan, um, and I'm not necessarily she's like an inventor, and she's done all sorts of incredible things. So I think that she is one of the characters. Let's see what they said about her. She's a Mandalorian warrior, a graffiti artist, Imperial Academy dropout, formerly bounty hunter, and Ahsoka's former apprentice with expert knowledge of weapons and explosives. Bordizo, oh, sorry, let's see. Yes, so that is her thing, that she invents. She's an expert at those things, and so um, I thought it would have been really cool if she had we had started out seeing her as a bounty hunter, and like just kind of getting her out of the the business of being a bounty hunter, and actually like saying, hey, I want to be actually want to try doing the right thing for a change, and like losing her faith in that way. But just kind of like a weird situation for me. But I think um, she actually did this mural here, and this is of all the people from Rebels together. And there's actually a different version of this that was actually done in the cartoon. So in the animated cartoon. So it was interesting that they recreated this scene, and I thought that was really cool. Darth Plato is saying hi, and oh, Jerry says some of us watched it with Lorena. Oh, cool! That is awesome. Uh, yeah, let's see. Hamlet's Tragedy 89 says, hello there, really appreciate your channel. Oh, thank you. I love your older entertainment, although my daughter recently asked me why I like bad movies so much. Ah! Kids are so astute, aren't they? They catch the details. And yeah, they're the I think it it's not that it's a disconnect, I think, for a lot of youngsters um, about movies. And so I think once they started getting an understanding that a lot of these movies that are considered bad are the movies that inspired all of their favorite filmmakers. And so that's one way to look at it. And I hope that one day youngsters will get um, will understand that. And so that's why I do exactly what I do. Thank you so much, Hamlet's Tragedy 89. It's such a cool name as well. And Hamlet's Tragedy 89 says maybe you could take a look at Clash of the Titans 81 one day. Yes, I am going to do a very deep dive on Clash of the Titans one of these days for a review, because it is full of lore, and of course, just an incredible storyline. And I can't wait to dig into that. Just really juicy. A lot of research will have to go into that, of course, but it is uh, something I absolutely love. And we're talking about Harryhausen here. Ray Harryhausen is just an incredible filmmaker, and had his hands on so many wonderful special effect techniques that wowed people back then. And it still wows me to even to this day. And Jerry Mendoza says every Mandalorian is a bounty hunter. Yeah, I mean, I was hoping that she was, or gonna be in the field doing that, um, but she's not. I don't even know if she has a profession there. She's just like showing up to be a speaker, and she can't even do that. So, um, just interesting how the story started out, and wanted a little bit more stuff, and of course, I'm actually okay with it now because they did seem to course correct the character, by giving her a nice little arc there. Corin Rampant Studio says we already did a Clash of the Titans watch party, and there's also a review, I believe. I did not get to review that one just yet. I can't wait. It's gonna be sick. It is gonna be so sick. Yeah, I can't wait to do the review for that. That's gonna be insane. Um, because there's so much lore to go through from the actual real lore. So I can't wait. I can't wait. And the Mandalorians don't cry. Ooh, Roger, Roger, 5171 with the like mic drop, mic drop. That's true. They made. That's right. Oh, wow. You're getting me like, hmm. See, now this is important. This is important because it would have been a nice addition for someone to say, or someone off screen to say just those words that you just said. Like, "Oh, she's really hurting," and it's like, "Why? It doesn't look like she's hurting." It's like, "Well, Mandalorians don't cry," and it would have been a very nice way of us learning, like, "Oh, she cannot cry because of her creed." She has been trained not to cry, and this is at a detriment because she can never express or let out those emotions. So that's such a great bit of information. Thank you, Roger. Roger. And this is. Oh, thank you so much, Unicorn Rampant Studio. This is the link to the watch party that we did, and it was such a great one. It's for the record books. So if you ever get a chance, do watch along. The way the watch party works is that I have my copy and you have your copy, and we're gonna watch it together. You press play at the same time, and I have a timer that you can just follow. So uh, definitely see if you wanna take a look at the watch party. And we do talk a little bit about the movie before and after we watch the movie. And yes, yes, I did not, do a review yet. I better move it up on my schedule though. Looks like it's much needed. And Rhoda says, "I love the movies that are so bad that they can be fun to watch, especially in a group setting." Yes, you can laugh and you can joke around, and and some of them, I mean, I just love old movies so much, and how different everything was from today. How different everything was, you know, how even the procedure to make movies were so different. So I love all of that stuff. It's historical. And Unicorn says, "I couldn't remember, just remember the early days of the watch party." Yes, oh yeah, and that's true. Yeah, I did. The early days of the watch parties. Wow, we're talking about, like, January, February, and Darth Plato says, "Sabine seems to be better off than Bo-Katan, who was just sitting around on a throne." That's right, she is better off, I guess. It looks like she has a support system, people who are actually trying to help her out. And so maybe that could be a difference there. And there's what it says, Mandalorian, more Mandalorians haven't seen ET. Yeah, that'll make you cry. And Hamlet's Tragedy 89 says Ray Harryhausen is an incredible filmmaker. Okay, okay, you and I can be friends. I'm a mega Harryhausen fan and live for all of the new information on his work. Oh, great, great, great. Yes. It's pretty good. I don't know if you are on X, Twitter, or that platform, the X platform. There is a an account where they kind of celebrate his work. and just always love seeing any post from them. And sometimes they do stuff daily, so a little Harryhausen in your life every day is not bad at all. And Unicorn Rampant Studio says ET was my first migraine. I mean, I was savagely in screaming at my parents in theater for letting me watch. Yes, yes, I was in whatever, in 8 or 9. Oh, wow. Oh, no, I'm so sorry that you had a terrible time at it. Um, I watched it in the theaters as well, and we were probably the same exact age. I liked it. It was long, though. It was so long. It was so long. But I did enjoy the movie. Um, the one other movie too that was just the same. I felt like it has the same kind of like there's moments of awe in it, and then it's just long. It was Close Encounters of the Third Time kind. I was just like, uh, wow, this is really long. But then there were like moments of like awesome, and it's like, okay, this is really cool. Yeah, very long, slow burn of a movie. Um, and Hamlet's tragedy says, "Now I'm going to rewatch your Jason and the Argonauts review." Yes. Now that's a review that, oh my god, I love my review of that. To be honest, it's one of my favorites besides the heavy metal. Um, 1981 review. It's really and my Metropolis review. Those are my top three, I think. But I think it really um, is such a dynamically intense movie with so much going on, and it was really short. It was like it's like an hour and 30 minutes. Incredible. And, Grogu says, "My brother Grogu and I don't like ET as well. He's a poser." Oh, man. Yeah, ET, adorables. I thought he was adorable. Drew Barrymore was so cute in that movie. Um, just incredible. So, okay, so this is, like, scene for scene, exactly from the animated show Rebels. It was almost like the same. They took the exact same scene, and so and there is a lot of fan service for people who've seen the show. Lots of callbacks, lots of details that the rest of us are not going to pick up on, not going to know anything about. It is gonna fly right over our heads, but for people who really love that show, it's gonna be like, "Yes!" They'll feel seen. They will feel seen. And what I'm gonna do, guys, is if you have the time, later on or in between, there is a wonderful, video that came out, I believe yesterday or maybe this morning. Um, Let me see if I can find it. That really describes all of the details of the show. And I hope this is right. And this is from heavy spoilers. Right? It's excellent, guys. Excellent. So he breaks it down. At the end, he does give like his assessment of the show. Um, and we share similar feelings. But I think he does a great job of sort of catching you up if you're kind of interested in knowing all of the details that were in the show that maybe you missed because you didn't watch Rebels, or if you were a Rebels fan and you're like, oh, I saw some of them, but I want to, make sure I caught them all. He did, and so there's a lot of juicy, nuggety, good, nerdy ju- juicy details in there. And that's the kind of stuff we like, don't we? We like nerdy details. And this is David Loney, directing the first episode. The second episode was not directed by him. And which brings me up to the part of the story that part of my review that's really, really uh, kind of hard. I hope you guys who love this so far are not gonna be upset when I say this, because I'm trying to be honest with you guys at the same time, also trying to be respectful of your point of view. The pacing for me was, especially in episode 1. Episode 2 was fine. Episode 1 was very, very off for me. It wasn't the slow pace necessarily, but it was the editing for me. There were moments when people spoke, and then there was at least like 2 or 3 seconds in between of like dead air. They weren't doing anything different, new, or anything special. And then the other person came in and started talking. So there was a lot of expanded airspace, and I feel like in the hands of someone who could, like, edit this a little a little bit more with more excitement. We're talking about a good 15 to 20-minute episode, which is a very short episode, that is really, really tight. And that is probably the biggest part for me that is missing in the first episode, because there's a lot that happens, but if it just a little tighter, a little trimmed up, it would really feel like it was flowing a lot better. So that was the biggest issue for me, besides Sabine's character in episode 1. Um, Otherwise than that, uh, all of the technical issues were top notch. We've got excellent special effects, excellent actors. All the actors are great in this. I mean, they got Clancy Brown in this, and he's really great. I love seeing him in this TV series. And there's just a general, like, positive, vibe about it all. I love the dark, the bad guys. The bad guys are great. I love all the mystery behind them, and they were all great on screen. So, um, for episode 1, I originally was feeling, so, um, unhappy as a 5, but considering all the things that are good in this, and also what may be coming up, I'm willing to give it a 6.7. And episode 2 gets a much higher score of a 7.6. It's really great, compared to the first episode, and really feels like it's going somewhere positive. It was directed by a different person. Let's see who directed that. Don't have that handy somewhere. Um, Steph Green did that. Um, so Steph Green is actually really, really did a great job of pulling everything together for me, and creating that pacing that I really wanted. Steph Green has a few more. Has one more episode to do that for the show, which is episode 3. So that's the next one. Then we have Peter Ramsey, and then we're doing another one by Dave Filoni, and that would be episode 5. Episode 6 will be from directed by Jennifer Getzinger. Um, uh, Episode 7 will be from Geta Patel. And oh wow, episode 8 will be done by Rick Fumi Fumiya Fumiyama, right? Famuyima or Yiwa. Oh gosh, I can't ever get his last name together. Famuyiwa. There we go. Famuyiwa. And Rick Famuyiwa. And he's actually really good. And it seems like the more and more and more he does this, he gets better and better and better. So I can't wait to see that last episode. And he usually keeps his episodes, as far as the pacing, very tight. So I think we should be getting better and better and better and better. So the only thing that really kind of gets me concerned is that Dave Filoni is going to be making a movie, and I think right now they're on pause with that movie, but it should be happening. At least they haven't said that it's canceled. And so I hope that it gets some help with keeping the pacing nice and flowy, because that's a big issue I find with episode 1, and I hope it gets resolved eventually. Someone should have stepped in and said, "Hey, let's tighten this baby up." Uh, because I do like a good story. I do love a good story, and that's not exactly what the problem is in episode 1. The problem with is a lot of the dead air, and just um, if we're doing visual storytelling, that's one thing, right? Show me something visually. But there were a lot of moments where it's just you know, it just felt like there was missing air pockets, like Swiss cheese. And yeah, that was that. And let's see, Hamlet's Tragedy 89 says, I'm conflicted about um, Ahsoka. Enjoyed her first appearance in the Mando. I feel all of these characters are cool in appearances, but can't hold up their own in shows. Maybe I'm just officially old. Oh no. I think that's okay. So that's the thing that's really hard. And I was explaining that a little bit earlier, is that this particular character has a very deep lore amongst people who were able to catch the Clone Wars and the Rebels television series. And at that point in time, they would have been children, or like teenagers, or kids at that about that time. And so they developed and have grown with this character and know her well. Whereas for a lot of other people, we're just finding out about this character within the last like year or two. So it's kind of odd to kind of know, like, there's all this lore behind these characters we've never seen before, um, and trying to connect them with an emotional feeling for a lot of people. There was a viewer who said, "Hey, I cried when I saw certain scenes in these two episodes," and I think that's very important. This is really serving those people for sure, but it's not really connecting with people who did not see those television shows. So it is a very tough thing. I don't think it has to do with being old necessary, but just not being a part of of this fan base for this character, of people who grew up with that character. It's sort of like if you didn't see, let's say all through your life, you never did see any Star Trek stuff, and people are talking about Star Trek characters, and they're like, "What's the big deal? What's the big deal about Spock? You know, who who is that guy?" And so you wouldn't have the connection, even if you grew up around the same time, just never you know, delved into those characters, never ventured that way. Like there's a whole like section of music that I like I never even listened to when I was coming up. So it's just about connecting all of these these pieces together, these characters together, and translating them to people also who has never seen them before or don't have the background of that lore. Like, how can we like this? How can how can this television series serve us too? Is the main question that they need to answer. And Hamlet's Tragedy 89 says, re editing. Yes, the editing is objectively bad in the new Star Wars. Yeah, they just a little bit of tweaks, and you know, really, that's a lot of it is what it is. And Costello says, Costello is here. It says, lethal lightsabers. Yes, their lightsabers are very lethal, but they don't seem to kill anybody anymore when you when you stab people through their they don't they don't seem to kill people anymore the way they used to. And Brogu says, everyone hit the likes, even if you haven't done so already. Thank you so much, Brogu, for letting everybody know that. If you can, do hit that like button. It really helps the channel and this video. And V says, I think that everyone should watch Mad Heidi. Oh, what is that? I wouldn't know what that is. What is Mad Heidi? And William Blake Hall is here and says, hello, everyone. Extra jazzed to be here because I just uh, got out of I just got out of an unusually good medical appointment. Awesome. So to ask my usual annoying question, what has everyone been talking about? Oh, we're talking about Ahsoka. um, Unicorn Rabbit Studio says we've been talking about crying due to movies. Yes, well, we need. I just think that, you know, a really good movie on TV show really hits you in the feels. And I need to feel those emotional ties. And we need to get there. And Liam in Wales is here and says a good example is I grew up on old track, and my sis on new track. So I don't like new track, but my sis loves it. It's the age we hit it. Yeah, it is true. Because I have not been able to connect with the new track so far. But I must also confess that I haven't seen all of the new track to really say definitively how I feel about it. Just haven't really connected with it enough to actually watch it. So there's that. And Keith E says, William, I could tell you, but it just be babbling. And And Unicorn Rampant City says, been in and out of chat due to talkative neighbors. And Amlet Strategy 89 says, R.E. Ahsoka. Actually, I got very emotional about at Rosaria's initial performance in Mando, especially when she met Grogu. It seemed to me she had researched the character and understood the mysterious nature. Yes, I do think, I mean, I didn't have the emotional piece there, but uh, analytically, logically looking at her playing the character, she nails it. When I see, I've seen different clips, I've seen different story pieces on it. I've read a lot of stuff. uh she's nailed the character down. Even the fight scenes, there's a lot of Ahsoka isms, if you will, in her physical performance. and I appreciate everything she's doing for that. Everything she's doing for that, and the mysterious nature of the Jedi. Yes, she does have that down. And like I was saying before, she really that whole when Luke really appears in Return of the Jedi and has this sense of knowing, this sense of self confidence and power and wisdom. She has this same feeling and air going on for her. So I do love all of that for that character, and so far I'm liking what I see with this character. And and William says, movies are so often a great excuse to cry. It really is. And Moonbeam 87 is here, says, good morning, Retro, and good morning to you as well, Moonbeam. And let's see. And let's see. William Blake Hall says, I'm the same, best track in years, beginning with the numeral one, though I have not seen Strange New Worlds. Yes, I haven't seen, I'm, I've not seen it yet. Not I'm not I may catch it in, like, 5 years, maybe. I just gotta cool down. I've gotta accept I've gotta accept reality, and maybe that might happen in 5 years. Gro Grogu says, "My brother, Grogu says, has that effect on people. When they meet me, they start pulling out laser blasters and lightsabers." Well, Doc, that's all I can say. Uh, and, yes, so that is my only concern with this is that his when he's I hope he gets some more practice so that way when he does the movie, he's able to get that pacing right, because that was the biggest problem for me with episode 1 was pacing, and it wasn't I didn't want any of the story cut out. I'm just talking about dead airspace and just moments that could have been trimmed a little nicer. One of the things that I had, and yeah, of course, this robot here is so cute and endearing. Um, and of course, the cat, I forgot what the name of these cats are called, but so cute. Now, there is a fight in this story with this character and Sabine Wren, which I think was very, very badly shot, and it wasn't so much the choreography, but it was we have 2 characters. One is better in line with the Force and has been practicing it and is a little bit more of a master at it than the other, but she's operating from anger, and so a lot of her moves are very stiff and very deliberate, and I do like that. And then you have Sabine, who has not trained with the lightsaber in a long time. She's not as good, if you say. So when the two of them fought together, I just felt like it was messy, and it almost felt like like it didn't seem as good and as crisp as it could have been. And I really felt like a good scene with like um a little bit like if this young lady had been more aloof in the fighting, like this is an easy one for her, right? This is not a challenge. But instead, they made it really seem like they were really a match for each other more than anything. So I don't know. I think the scene was a little off for me and not as crisp as I would like that fight scene to be. And also, it seemed like her cape was a big problem in it because there was a moment where there was supposed to be some flare going on. and that would have been a perfect time to maybe do a slow motion kind of thing, or if you wanted to do like, something epic there to show how graceful she is, that would have been really amazing, but the character is not graceful, so it just doesn't work. It just felt awkward to me, didn't feel put together. So that was another uh, thing that I did not exactly love about the first episode. These are, all first episode problems. But second episode came through in flying colors, and now I see where they're going with this. I'm like, okay, there's something there. Uh, there's something that is going to be quite exciting. Let's see what we've got. Uh, and William Blake Hall says, Retro's 5-year mission to eventually watch Strange New Worlds. Yes, it will be. Yes, it will be. And uh bro, you're twins. I see the family resemblance. And Jerry says the lot cat. Is that what it lot cat or lot cat? I love those things, whatever they are. I want one. I want one. They're so cute. They act like regular cats, right? There's a lot of hissing going on, um, a lot of snuggly stuff going on. I like them. I want to see more of those things. Um, and William Blake Hall says, "Is it fair to say that things are generally getting more dragged out in media? I heard this is about Picard." I heard this about Picard. Possibly, possibly. I mean, I wouldn't have minded a 2-hour story like this being just a 2-hour movie or a 2-hour story instead of 8 episodes. But this is what we have for now. Again, episode 1 had a lot of air dead space, and I think questionable story plot ideas, fine, but that's still content. But there's moments in there that is really not content because there's nothing happening at all. And I think a really good editor can just get in there and just trim that up a little bit and spice it up way more than what we got. And so just to look alike, okay. And let's see. I'm just gonna zoom down, guys. So because it looks like you guys are chatting amongst yourselves. Let's see. Uh, and Jerry says, oh yeah, says Moonbeam says a love cat is cute, right? He is so adorable. And Jerry Mendoza says native to Lothal. Okay. Oh, and also help help the algos and hit the like button. Thank you so much. That is so sweet. Thank you. And V says, Mad Heidi is a film about Dieter Bastian, got German guy on the show the of the Burn Network. Oh, okay, interesting. Yes, and Jerry says that the pacing is a little slow. It's a little slow. Like I watched this very intently. There were just like empty spots. So I gave you guys my opinion on that. I think it's great. It's a great start. I'm looking forward to more. Uh, had some questions about episode 1. But episode 2 was a big improvement and see where that it's going somewhere. And we've got the entire setup ready. So now we can be off to the adventures of Ahsoka and Sabine Wren and all of the other characters that may be involved. It's really juicing up. And I think that is going to be the end of the Ahsoka review for those 2 episodes. And I think that was a lot because we were basically talking about not just one but two episodes. So in the future, this will be cool, a lot snippier as well. We'll get through it a lot easier. So big news! Rebel Moon trailer it came out yesterday, and boy, was it incredible, guys! This is one of the most epic trailers I've seen in forever. Like, I haven't seen a trailer this juicy in so long. So, I hope you guys all saw it. It just really blew my mind. And let's see if I have I try to keep links of everything for you, but I don't think I have one on this one. Yes, 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 yes. Oh, I thought I had one for you, a link for you for Zack Snyder's Rebel Moon. It was so insane. That's a shame. I really wish I had that. It would have been great, unless it's down here. Let me just check one other place. Um, yeah, I don't have it. Um, well, I don't have it, but let's just talk about it really quickly. Rebel Moon, December 22nd is when it's gonna come out on Netflix. I cannot wait for this. It's like really, like for I haven't been this excited in a long time, so forgive me if I go on and on about this, because I after watching the trailer, I just had to like I just was flabbergasted and just insanely um like stoked about this whole thing. So I can't wait. I just really can't wait. Um so let's see. Um I just wanted to find it for you guys. Let me just see if I can find it really quickly. Um, give me 1 second. So, this is it. And so far, oh my God, guys, it's got 8 million views. Oh my goodness. That's insane. That is crazy. 8 million views. Ah, insane, insane, insane. Let me just type it out for you. Let you know. If you haven't seen it, it's definitely worth watching. The music, okay? First of all, the music, just the music in this thing is so ridiculous. I want the soundtrack. And I haven't said that about a movie in so long. I want the soundtrack to this so bad. It is beautiful. Just hearing the snippets that was able to hear from the trailer. Ah, sick. And what a pleasant surprise that we have a trailer for a movie that is not playing a radio song, okay, from like the 70s or the 80s. Like, I am so tired of seeing like songs like from your regular playlist being used in trailers to, you know, kind of tell the story for some movie. Like, I want original scores. Can we this is I think they're back. I think they're back. We got original scores are back, I think. So it was really kind of refreshing to see that. All of the characters, there's so many celebrity actors in here that you're just gonna see so many faces of great actors that that you want to see, that haven't been really given like the opportunity to really shine in a lot of today's Hollywood. And it is just so pleasant to see that there is an incredible movie coming out for us, besides Dune, of course. And somebody mentioned Dune. Who said it? Um, William Blake Hall says, checking out Wikipedia for loth cats. They look fierce. Yeah, they look fierce, but they also are really cuddly and cute. Um, and Hamlet's Tragedy 89 says, William Blake Hall, I don't think we'd mind if the characters and the story were of higher quality. I still occasionally rewatch the Hobbit films, but not as much as Lord of the Rings. Oh, interesting. Yes. Um, and like I said, I'm uh willing to give this a chance because it looks like they're going somewhere with this. They're going somewhere. I don't know where, but we should know by episode 4. I hope it doesn't do like what Secret Invasion did, where it was going good until episode 4 and then went totally downhill, um, and went for the cheap way out. I hope they take the high road and keep giving us amazing stuff. And Jerry Mendoza says Chopper was great. Oh, what's Chopper? And Wembley Call says Hamlet. As much as I admire Jackson, I stayed away from all that Hobbit business. Some things are still best as books for me. I understand. And Moonbeam87 says, "Ciao for now. Gonna check out the trailer, and I need breakfast." Okay, yes, yes. Thanks for joining us. And oh yes, you're gonna love the trailer. It's so epic because nobody does epic like Zack Snyder. Okay, I'm sorry. That man is like incredible, and I my brain was after I finished watching it, I was like, "This is so juicy." I'm sorry, I love using that word juicy. That's like my favorite word, it seems like these days. But in this one, I mean, it just sends chills up my back. Like it makes the hairs on my arm just stand straight up. It's like, what is going on here? This is amazing stuff, amazing visuals. Um, and I thought I had some of those visuals for you to see, but I didn't. I think I put it on a different uh different slideshow. So I can't wait till this movie comes out. It's going to be incredible. And it is also gonna be part two. So part one is in December. Part two is going to be April of next year. So we won't have to wait 2 years for part two, which is great. I love it. And so uh, oh, uh, that would be our next thing. And William Blake Hall, Rebel Moon sounds like another way of describing space 1999. Well, this is actually part if this is Zach's version of sort of Star Wars, because this was originally something he was going to work out for Star Wars, but Star Wars wasn't interested, or Disney wasn't interested, or Lucasfilm wasn't interested. I'm not sure exactly how the story played out, but this would have been Disney if they had said yes, and I'm not sure if they would have it would have turned out exactly as epic looking because they have a certain way they want things to look, or certain they like to stick their fingers inside the making of stuff, so they wouldn't have let him do whatever he wanted to do anyway. So this was also something that could have been on Warner Brothers, in Warner Brothers movies, or it could have been on uh, HBO Max. They would have put this out in the movies. This looks like something that should be getting a full theater run, to be very honest with you. And I hope in the future Netflix will consider doing just that for a lot of their releases instead of just doing it like a few limited theaters. This is the kind of stuff that that we want, that we need. I did see a comment about people being upset that there was a female lead in the story, and I think that is not the way that, because, of all of the vitriol of having so many situations where female leads are somehow replacing male leads. And I see why someone would come up with that analysis. However, in this case, I do believe, and the way Zack Snyder usually sets up his storylines, I believe all of these characters are gonna be looking really good on screen. It's gonna be both shared by male and female, um, a and that's the way he operates, because it's definitely looking like there are some key characters in from the trailer that are just divine. Like, I wanna know more. Like, when was the last time you saw a griffin on screen? Like, when was the last time? I mean, truly, probably, like, for for something that Ray Harryhausen did. He's got this beautiful griffin. He's got a lot of these characters that are sort of like they all have their own hidden stories. This is mostly based on the story, like a Magnificent Seven and the Seven Samurai. Those storylines is sort of the basis for this, and not so much Star Wars. I believe Jahimba was the inspiration for Star Wars, and a couple other inspirations to do with mythology. This is definitely feeling very there's also a movie called Message from Space, which is also from that. Message from Space is a cheaper version of what this is, of course, but entertaining nonetheless. That is a fully fledged story that actually works, even though it's a low budget movie. It's a little goofy, but the Message from Space, which I did a review on, is actually really a wonderful guilty pleasure if you like those kinds of guilty pleasures. And let me continue on. I kind of went on a tangent there. Uh, and Hamlet says, "Nothing can replace what we visualize inside." And Broglie says, "Rebel Moon trailer had a Dune type feel to me. It was great. Yes, wasn't didn't it have like if there was a movie to compete with Dune, it would be this. If there was a movie to compete with this, it would be Dune. Absolutely." William Blake Hall says, "I am loving the Villeneuve Dune, but any director who can recreate Herbert's banquet scene on screen will be a true wizard." Oh, wow. Yes, well, we're gonna look forward to that. I hope he knocks it out the ballpark for Dune 2. I mean, he's just incredible. So, I'm loving what I'm seeing so far as well. And William Blake also says, "The name Rebel Moon also reminds me a little bit of Ursula Le Guin's, Dispossessed, let alone a Robert A. Heinlein's Moon is a harsh mistress." And Baru says, Zack Snyder has got a hit on his hands, possibly the next Star Wars type franchise that we've all been waiting for. Yes, and what really excites me is that after the part two, because he's going to do part one, part two, is that the video game has its own side stories that's going on. So this world is like it's got one piece, and then maybe possibly like it expands exponentially, which is gonna be fantastic. I mean, I wanna learn about a new world and feel like I understand that real world too. And I think that's the problem with Star Trek right now and Star Wars. I don't feel like I know that world anymore. I did when I was younger. Um, but I don't anymore. I don't have a clue of what's going on. I have to do a lot of research in order to just enjoy the simplest things. And Hamlet's tragedy says, Retro Nerd Girl, yes, generic soundtracks have been really disappointing. That's a whole other live stream. Hint, hint. Yes, it is a whole nother live stream. But I think um and my take on it would be like, what are our favorite, um, soundtracks, original soundtracks, where people actually made songs for it, for the movie, um, and, however anybody feels about, like, movie like, Barbie, the soundtrack is made for that movie, which is that's where I really would love us to get back to. I would love to see a top 100 hit that is in a movie, but it's original to that movie. We need that to come back. We need that to come back, guys. And Rogu says, they're going somewhere with this, and I want to go along for the ride. Yeah, me too. Me too. I want to go along for that ride. Um, and Jerry says, looking for Ezra. Oh yeah, back to Ahsoka. They're looking for Ezra, and Karsig says hoping for a theatrical release as for Rebel Moon. Yes, hopefully there will be enough of a release that a lot of us can enjoy it there. And William Blake calls says retro need to get together with popcorn in bed's sister Carly. They both like saying juicy. Oh, really? Maybe we'll have a juicy stream. Yeah. Popcorn in bed, sister Carly. Okay, I'll look that up. And Jerry Mendoza says Chopper is Hera's astromech droid. Oh, is that who that is? Okay, yes. Okay, got to get familiar with these names. Thank you, Jerry. I love that. Thank you. Um, and oh, Barry On is here. Hey, Barry On says it'd be funny if Snyder does a better Star Wars than Star Wars. Well, right now the visuals for Rebel Moon looks better than anything I've seen for Star Wars in the last 10 years. No lie, in my opinion. Just incredible visuals, steeped in lore. I've already gotten sort of a background story on what was already explained about these characters. And man, it's just so deep. Oh, I wonder if I have that handy for you guys. Let me see if I find it because it was there was like a little video describing all of the characters and the backstory um to Rebel Moon. Can I find it? Can I find it? Oh, it was so good. Um, oh, okay. Let me just look real quick, guys, because if you're interested, it will be a good one to check out. Um, and it will be Rebel. See if it'll show up. Let's see if it will show up. Um, oh, okay. Yes, I found it, guys, and this is from Emergency Awesome. Right? And that's from Emergency Awesome's description of the backstory. And so they go into a full backstory of what is the story is all about. talk about a lot of the characters and to sort of getting us like a quick little overview of who these characters are, and about the universe just a little bit. So I'm really excited for what's to come with this. And Kwasik says, Fingers crossed for Rebel Moon theatrical release." I hope so too, and just loving what I'm seeing with this. And Barry On says, "I've been hoping that Patty Jenkins takes her fighter pilot movie out on her own outside of Disney too." Yes, yes, I want her to do that, because maybe without the, I think, because Patty's talented. She messed up once, right? In the eyes of a lot of people, for Wonder Woman 1984. A lot of people didn't like that movie, and now there's like this stigma that she's just a bad filmmaker. What are you talking about? Like, her movies won Oscars. So she's got a history making films, and I think we need to give her the opportunity one more time to make something, but something that hits her in the heart. Um, and that would be a great opportunity for her to make her own pilot movie on her own. Why not? I think it sounds really cool. And he says Netflix films are not really um, Netflix films are not that really good. I hope this is. They For me, I think they're really good. Like, I'm like, I'm actually liking a lot of Netflix's films. I really am. You know, I maybe there's something there for the old schoolers that's there, but I am actually enjoying their films. The Extraction movies were really good in my opinion. Both of them. The first one, I was like, "What? I missed out on this," and the second one was like blew my mind. So yeah, I think they're doing something interesting. I didn't catch all of the other movies. They Clone Tyrone is incredible. That should have been released in theaters. But uh, what can you say? Very to me, Lake on Tyrone was very good. I enjoyed that a lot. In fact, I might watch it again this weekend. William Blake Hall says, "Sounds like that would be close to Patty's heart. Her father was in Air Force. Yeah, I think that would be amazing for her." Oh, and Unicorn Rampant Studio, $7 super chat. "I keep getting pulled out of the chat. Our good morning has turned into good afternoon. Here's to a fruitful day." Oh, thank you so much. You're so kind. And I think I'm going to give you a unicorn for a unicorn. I just love it when that music plays. Oh, William was saying that he saw puppies on the horizon. Oh. And Rogu says, you guessed right, maybe it might be unicorns, William. Yes. And Unicorn Rampant Studio says, "I've been looking at unicorn costumes for my dog for Halloween." Oh, that's so cute. Oh my God, pictures. I want to see pictures. um, and yeah, guys, if you are doing costumes for Halloween, email me your pictures. I want to see what you guys are doing for Halloween. And William Blake Hall says, "I don't see so well, so maybe when they get closer." And Barry On says, "Greetings, RNG." Aw, greetings to you as well. Thanks for being here. And William Blake Hall says, "Come to think of it, I think that Star Trek the original series episode Enemy Within featured a poodle with a horn. Oh, yes, I remember that. And Bonzo Gilborn is here, says, I'm glad to see these retro nerd girl streams go on long because I'm super late. Was Ahsoka any good? Uh, Episode 1 was shaky on my end because of some character issues, some issues with a fight scene, and also pacing. But episode 2 made up for it, and I'm looking forward to more. So that's my assessment of it. I think I gave episode 1 a 6.5, and episode 2 was a 7.6. And William Blake also says, "Hi, you're about where I am." And let's see. I'm a little bit behind, guys. Oh, I didn't realize how far behind I've gotten. Unicorns back when the dog horn technology was in its early stages in the 60s. And Barry on says, I've and Hamlet says, I've only had this conversation with friends. What if somebody took the Star Wars concept and pulled off an Orville with it, as we feel the Orville is better than a better Star Trek than the actual Star Trek these days. Okay, so I have not gotten to see the Orville, so I am going to have to catch up one of these days and watch the Orville. Um, and see what that's all about. I thought it was a comedy show, but I guess it's a little bit more serious. So can't wait to check that out. That might be a little bit of fun. And Bonzo Kilborn says Rebel Moon looks mediocre to me. What? It looks mediocre. They spent a lot of money on effects and costumes, but the story looks blah. What? Oh man, I definitely do disagree. I feel like you like a lot unlike a lot of um trailers, we actually get the full like story setup right in the trailer. A lot of like trailers don't even set up a story for you. They're just like, "Oh, here's all these cool effects and come see us in the movie theater." But I thought they set it up very well with that incredible um like narration by Anthony Hopkins. I mean, I don't know. There was a griffin in that thing. There was a griffin in that. Like that's not mediocre. I don't know. Well, we'll agree to disagree. Please continue to tell me your thoughts on this. And Varian is agreeing with Hamlet. And Bonzo says, cheers to late bloomers. And Patty's heart doesn't seem to be in pleasing action movies. I think so too. I think she should. I just want her to spread her wings and do what she feels like she wants to do at this point. Why not? Do it for the love of it. And if it doesn't make billions of dollars, fine, as long as she gets to tell her story and she gets to continue to be creative and enjoy her creativity. It's very difficult to be creative when people are telling you how horrible your last thing was, right? So it kind of beats up on your confidence. You don't like think you still have it. It's hard for other studios to be like, oh yeah, we're gonna give you as much money as you need for your project. There's a little bit of trepidation there, and so I feel really bad for her. This was a terrible turn for her career, but I hope she finds a way somehow. And one, let's see. Um, William Blake Hall says, late is the only option left for me. Beats never. And Marianne says, retro nerd girl, I couldn't agree more. Jenkins has done really good work. She's allowed the occasional misstep. Yeah, I think so. We're human. And continues to say, maybe like George Lucas, she needs someone who can tell her no sometimes. Yes, definitely like, that storyline might not work, but I think she's definitely, I mean, she did the movie Monster, for crying out loud, which was, just incredibly done, and she deserves, at least another chance, even if, you know, Wonder Woman 1984 wasn't everybody's cup of tea. And, Brogu says, "They cloned Tyrone. It's probably one of the best Netflix movie. It's definitely should have been released in theaters. It's just that good, that, just that good time." I think so too, and the actual visual, of the movie was incredible too, besides the storyline. The storyline was very clever, very and had a lot of ingenuity going on in that script. I thought it was very good. The acting was top notch. Can't beat the acting. I loved it. I loved it. And William says Rogu called it. Yes. And let's see. Uh, and that was from a little bit earlier with what I was going to pick. Bonzo Kilborn says Patty took all the Wonder Woman out of Wonder Woman, let her be in charge of the production, but somebody else needs to do the writing. Um, Interesting concept. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to that if she had though, because she's got that fighter pilot story. If she had someone to kind of guide it and make it punch it up a lot more, because I think that takes skill and yeah, that takes a lot of skill, and I really have a lot of reverence for good writers who can do that. It's not an easy job. And William Blake Collins said, "There's a truth in that. Tough to be a writer." Yes. And Burley says the Orville is actually great, very Star Trek like. Oh yeah, okay, I've got to check it out. And Hamlet says, I saw the Griffin and the Harryhausen Spider Woman. Yeah, yes, I know I'm projecting my taste, but that creature looks really cool. I think there's nothing mediocre about a Spider Woman. There's nothing mediocre about a guy jumping off of a cliff with epic music playing in the background onto a griffin. I don't see it's incredible. I'm like, "Please, I need the story injected directly into my veins." How can I see this movie immediately, is what I'm saying. I need this movie in my life. Rebel Moon looks mediocre. Yes, this is the next day Bonzo is banned from YouTube. No, he never. Oh, Bonzo's amazing. So no, absolutely not. But I can. And says there are many others. Rah. Yes. You guys, I definitely yes. Come on, Reg is not doing that. Yes, I would never do anything like that. Number one, but I want to know more about Bonzo's thoughts about that. What was the last epic trailer you watched? Because I want to know that. I want to know about that movie. That must have been one epic trailer that I've never seen before. But yeah, I oh my god, this is the stuff I love. I love. There's one scene in there where there's like a robot and I don't have it handy, but there's like fireflies around this. So a lot of this world is very realistic. People are wearing regular clothes. They're like wheat fields. It's not quite Star Wars total fantasy, but we're dealing with aliens. We're dealing with robots. We're dealing with fire swords. We're dealing with ice swords, possibly ice swords. We're dealing with factions and rulers and lore, prophecies. So there's a lot of that going on in the story, and I do adore that stuff. So it's right up my alley, at least. And that may be the case. It may not be up everyone's alley. So of course, um, taking that into consideration, It's not up your alley, it's not gonna look like, it's not gonna look great to you. And Hamlet says, Harryhausen inspired. He never did a Spider Woman. Yeah. And William Blake also says, well, that explains it then. Yeah. Rogu says, I like the scene when the lady with the swords blocks the spider from attacking her. That movie. Um, that she did was so cool. That move that she did was so cool. I thought so too. She just like slid into it. Yeah, there's a lot. I can't wait to see everything play out. And Bonzo says visuals look great. I personally don't care for the visuals as the storytelling. This is another girl who saves the world plot. It's been done to death. I don't buy the lead actress as a warrior. Um, I think this falls into a different category of fantasy for me, and that's why I think there's gonna be a lot of different characters for you to get, you know, things from, is like, she's the main character, but she's not gonna we're not gonna it's not like Oppenheimer where you're like, you're gonna have her face in every single scene. Um, this is gonna showcase a lot of people that have never been really showcased the way they ought to be showcased before. Like, um, let me get some names of people. I'm so bad with names, if you guys will indulge me. Um, let's see if I can get, yeah, a lot of these actors in Rebel Moon haven't really been seen enough, and I think they're getting their chance. This is their chance. Um, so that's why I'm also, like, so excited to see them. There you go. Because, Sophia Boutella has been doing a lot of she's a very physical actress. So and this is, like, the first time she's actually, like, she's done a lot of other stuff, like, we've seen her she was in that Star Trek movie. Um, uh, and, let's see what other movies she was in. Unfortunately, the Mummy didn't work out so very well, but she was in Atomic Blonde, and a couple other movies where she was doing a lot of physical fighting, she had to be very physical. So she's always played those roles, in movies. So I guess that's why I don't see it as a surprise to me, because she's always been like a very physical actress. Um, there is Carrie Elwes, Elwes, I always forget how to pronounce his name, but the guy that was in, um, Princess The Princess Bride. Um, when was the last time you saw him featured in a movie as a big, big character? He's the baddie in this, okay? Charlie Hunnam. When was the last time we saw him in something that was like a big epic movie? And he's got a big part in this. And you know, I want to see him in more stuff, because not only is he a good looking guy, he's at the prime of his life. We need to see more of him. Okay, of course, Anthony Hopkins, incredible. Um, I forgot how to pronounce this guy's Dimon Hansu. He's another one. Like, he's always been getting these like side parts. He's not really gotten a chance to really shine as an actor. So, I mean, I think there's a lot of people that are gonna be highlighted in this movie, and I like I said, I can't wait to see them. There's one other guy, Ed Skr I can't pronounce his name either, Ed Skrein. He's playing the Admiral Noble. Can't wait to see that. He looks good, so far in what I can see of the, um the trailer. So I'm excited for it, but I totally get and understand how you feel. So don't feel like I'm, you know, I respect your opinion. Absolutely. Um, just explaining why I have a different and William Blake Hall says, first iPhones, then iSwords. Yeah, soon we'll have that. They'll be glowing swords. And Barry On says, I'm going to give it a shot. Having a girl as the main character doesn't mean it's going to be anti-male. Yeah, that's what I'm seeing here. There's a lot of characters. I mean, one guy's got his shirt off for crying out loud. Uh, um, there's a lot of machismo that's happening here. Um, Hansu is gonna give like a 300 speech like it's never been given before, and I can't wait for that because he gets to show off his acting ability. Um, and William Blake Hall agrees with the statement there. Um, And I think we've gotten to the point where we're like, "Oh, a female lead, it's gonna be one of those movies where they're pushing this or pushing that," and it's not necessarily the case. We haven't seen the movie yet. We haven't seen reviews yet, and, um, I mean, you could say that about, Aliens 1979. If it was released today, you could say the very same thing about that movie, and it would be, it wouldn't get a chance to even be, a part of, making history because it will be immediately shot down. We should give things more of a chance, I think, because, we're not sure what it's gonna be like yet because we haven't actually seen the the movie, and based on the trailer, she's really not that much into of the trailer. Um, let's see. Bro says, "I understand that you mean about the girl saves the world plot, Bonza. Make a very good point. I think that Zach is going to do it a little bit different than what we've seen in the past. Yeah, he always turns something around. It's never what you expect. I doubt that he'll do it. And based on the story alone, I don't know if you um gosh, I wish Message from Space is the best example of this that I could think of because Message from Space it has this whole thing where of course, the village it's actually like a planet uh that a princess sends out um a message to get to a whole bunch of warriors that these magical seeds go out and find, and then she connects with all of them, and there's this huge battle to save her planet, and it's a really like I said, the storyline is all there. It's really cheaply done. It's really B movie. We got subtitles and also it's like really it's a hot mess visually, but the story is all there. And that's basically what this is being told, but changed a lot. It's a magnificent seven story. Um, and it is the seven samurai story, so there's no one focus on one character. Everybody gets to shine. A Battle Beyond the Stars also has the same storyline where you have this uh a multicast of characters that are going to be doing basically trying to save the world, and you have one character is the one that's going out there getting everybody. That's who she is in the story, for sure. She's going to be the one getting all the people together. But there has to be, in order for you to like this, we're gonna learn about these other characters' backstories, and that's the juicy part. That's where we're gonna have the emotional tie together, and I can't wait for it. I can't wait for it, guys. I can't wait for it. And Bonzo Gilmore says, "V for Vendetta is my favorite comic book movie of all time." What? Well, guess who has that movie in the queue to eventually review, um, kinda, sorta, kind of soonish. The story, it was phenomenal, even though the visuals don't compare to the stuff that came after it. Oh, really? I love the visuals in that story, and a lot of it is, like, I don't think there was much. I think it was all practical from my knowledge, and it looked good. There are certain scenes in that movie that just haunt me to this day. They're just, I mean, when haunt me in a good way. And it's like really classic, has a very classic movie style. Almost feels like it was from the 70s, but also uh, just well sculpted for the long process of telling that story. Uh, great, great movie. Love that movie. Uh, uh, William Great Hall, Blake Hall says, I only recall Charlie Hunnam clear back to Lost City of Z. Yeah, I think he's due for more attention, and this movie is the one, is gonna give him that attention. And I think, we have to remember, a movie is not just one person, it is a conglomerate of all of these actors that are trying to, still have a career in the business. So I like to support that too. But not only that, I am impressed by what I saw in the trailer. So that's what does it for me. I love science fiction. I'm really crazy about science fiction, and they have just about everything that I want in there. So that's what gets me most of all. And Bonzo says, I don't have a problem with a woman being the lead. I would prefer if they got someone who looks a little bit more imposing. I see what you're saying. Yeah, I see what you're saying. I got you. I understand what you mean. Um, and I haven't seen enough of her fighting style to see if the way she's fighting feels better. Um, and I really would love if Hollywood did do what you're saying or suggesting, is get more women who have some muscle. And they were going in the right direction with Gina Carano. Even, put aside her personal uh, things, opinions, and things like that aside, physically, um, she had what it took, I think, to look like she can stand toe to toe with a fictional character in a fictional way, and make it look believable to a certain extent. But also, there are a lot of female characters that you have to adjust their fighting style in order to make them look like they're able to do what you can see them do on screen. They cannot fight um, hand to hand combat, like you see some of these people doing. Um, and there has to be a way of, like, being able to make that work physically, visually. So I think there needs to be more of that out there. And then William Blake Hall mentioned some imposing women out there. Yeah, there really should be, or bulk up for the part. you know Bulk up for the part, and go on a regimen where you can. That's what guys do all the time. Male actors do it all the time. They lose a whole bunch of weight to get skinny, or they gain a whole bunch of weight out of to be a bigger size in the movies, or they will actually put on muscle like Henry Cavill did in order to play Superman. So I don't see anything wrong with a woman actually putting on the size to get the job done. Um, and so that would be awesome. I would love it because I know that's not always a turn on for a lot of guys, to see a woman with muscles, but some people it is. But I'm like, look, if you're going to have the character be, like an imposing force, why not do that? But then you have characters sort of like a Red Sonja, and that has to be, she doesn't have magical powers, or she doesn't have, she's not Wonder Woman, she doesn't have superpowers. She is just a plain woman. But I think everyone will accept her in a bikini fighting off guys because there's something to offer you, in the entertainment department. So I think it's very, touch and go, right? I'm willing to put aside a little bit of my disbelief if I can see in this story that there is a way that she is able to do what she's doing when, we haven't gotten enough information to really. I'm sorry. Oh my god. Oh my god. I He broke me. I'm broken. I'm broken. Well, I'm sure they do. And, William Blake calls this, "My last girlfriend became a fitness model." Oh, cool. Wow. That's incredible. And, Broker says, "You want the movies to be as realistic as possible." Where they mess up, is that they have 100%, a 100-pound beautiful female kick the crap out of a 300-pound man. Make it make sense. Yeah, I think it's really, it's really it's, unless that person's like Selena from Underworld, where she has superpowers, right? She's a superpowered creature. That makes sense. You've got Wonder Woman. She's a super being. Yeah, absolutely. Um, but if you're saying like it's, um a human woman, it gets to be a little bit, uh dicey. And so how do you pull that off? And then also, y- like, there are just some things you're willing to accept. Like I said, the Red Sonia thing, right? We haven't gotten a live action movie yet, but everybody's calling for it. Why are they calling for a human woman to be in a very, very, very tiny bikini slaughtering dudes left and right that are like 3 times her size? Because it's hot. And they've been following the comic book forever, and they wanna see it on screen. That's it, that's all, that's it. There Surprisingly, there's a lot of things you will tolerate because it serves a purpose that you're down with, and that's fine. But let's talk truth, right? We're talking truth, like, we've gotta, like, suss these things out because I think it's just, um, it's fascinating to me. It's fascinating to me because, uh, I think all of this is playing into the fantasy world. Like, none of this is real. We're just having fun, imagining ourselves as superheroes and great fighters and all of this. Um, I think it is there's something beautiful about the movies, and so, yeah, if I don't mind seeing, something that's really incredibly, fake. um, I get it, though. I get it, though, if you wanna see something more realistic. Like I said, I don't mind if they start looking at bodybuilding women and say, "Hey, look, I think you've got a career as a warrior princess, or an Amazon, warrior princess. there were a lot of women in the Amazon, um, Themyscira that I was like, "Wow, can we have a movie just about that character?" You know? So, uh, and unfortunately, a lot of in Hollywood, you know, they've never really gone there. They've never really gone there. Um, and that disappoint. We need to get there. We need to get there. And Unicorn says, "Yay, laughters!" Yes, that broke me. I was I just had to laugh. And Marianne says, "I never found Gal Gadot imposing, but I got over it." Right, right, right. Um, I swear, I was like the first time they announced her, I was like, "Oh no, they're going in the opposite direction that I really want them to go." Because I mean, I think she had an indent in her arm instead of a like an actual muscle. Like she was super, super skinny. But she did go to the gym and she got like a little muscle on her, just enough to look like, she can at least raise her sword. And but it's it's okay. She's Wonder Woman. She's a goddess, and it's fine. She's got superpowers, and I'm willing to, um, I'm willing to forgive the, that let that the truth be a let it be a fantasy for the sake of it. And very true. She was great crossing her bracelets. Yeah. And Corin says, Gal Gadot is ex-military. She has training. She does have training, and I don't think she. Oh, yep, you're gonna say. 'Cause I think people forget that all Israeli women, for the most part, serve in the military. Yeah, and I think she had a desk job, but she did have to go through the basic training. Um, and don't quote me on that, but I think so. And Bonzo Kilborn said there's a Red Sonja coming in 2024. Yes, so we've heard, but I haven't seen anything. And I don't know if there's an actress. Is there an actress attached to it? There was a big deal about the actress attached to it before, and I'm actually looking forward to it. I hope it's gonna be good. William Blake Hall says, "Heck, retro. There may still be die-hard Xena fans among us even today." Yes, that's right. I love myself some Xena. And Brogu says, "Gal Gadot is very imposing female. I give up. You can extract all of the information you want." And Unicorn Rhapsody says, "Thought same about me. Themyscirans. Yeah. Oh my God. There were some really great women with an incredible muscle tone, and especially I think in the Justice League when they used those big hammers to take down the pillars. And there was one girl, well, both of those girls were incredible. Well, the one girl was just, I was like, wow, who's that lady? Um, she was incredible. Uh, and Bonza Kilmore says, yes, there were a lot of women in Wonder Woman who looked like they could be female warriors. Sophia with those is tiny. Um, yeah. Um, and yeah, once again, I'm just curious as to um, what she's gonna do in the story, and how she's gonna what fighting style is she using? Is she a weapons expert? Like, is she like what is her thing? They call her the scar giver. Is she like sliding underneath people and getting underneath them? Is she using her size to her advantage? Is she when people lunge at her, is she pulling them towards her? Or is she ducking? Like, we've got to understand what her fighting style is before there's disbelief completely. So far, what I've seen in the the trailer doesn't look disbelievable. It doesn't look too bad to me. I don't see it looking terrible. I haven't seen anything where I'm like, huh. gives me cause to pause. But I totally I see where there's an issue. And Unicorn says, I mean, all Gal Gadot needs to do is ask, and I'll just tell her I don't need to be afraid. Yeah. Uh, yeah, she's so beautiful. Yeah. William Blake Hall says, I'd be down with a series about the mascarans throughout the centuries spying on the world of man. That would be great. Um, yeah, and I don't think we're actually gonna get that ever. So maybe I think there's been some comic book issues with that kind of storyline though. Um, and I know one in particular that has the lore the um, of the Themyscirans and their history before Wonder Woman ever appeared. So that's kind of cool. And Roger that, yes. And Brogu says, like I said before, RNG, you should be the next Wonder Woman. No, thank you. Thanks, though. And Keith says, I am 6'6", 280 pounds, and I have met a few women that have scared me. Wow. um, and Varion says, me too. And they all had blue hair. Oh man. Well, I caught up with you guys finally. Now I think it's I have a lot more to go, guys. This is really crazy, and we had 3 hours in box office, and that's not the end of it. Um, so let's see if I can get a good close up of the box office. Right now, Blue Beetle is number one. It toppled up over Barbie, but Barbie is still doing quite well. Again, Oppenheimer is behind Barbie. And by the way, guys, I was able to catch Oppenheimer last week. That movie is insanely good. It's amazing. I can't believe I was able to take part in Barbenheimer. So, yes, very, very good. And its fifth week, it's still holding on to at least the top 10 portion, the upper quadrant, which is great. And Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles is number 4. Strays, which is on Netflix, and I'm sorry, not Netflix. Sorry about that. It's Strays, which is a Universal picture, is out right now. I haven't heard anything about Strays. No comments have I heard about that yet. So, if any of you guys have seen Strays, let me know. We got Meg 2, The Trench, coming in at number 6. Number 7, Talk to Me, another one. These are all movies I have not really heard too much about, except for Meg 2. Um, Haunted is at number 8, Mansion, which is currently doing the thing that they call flopping. Unfortunately, it's just not really hitting a chord with people. But some people are going to see it. Obviously, it's still on the top 10, so it's hanging in there. Mission Impossible: Dead Reckoning Part 1 is still struggling, but is still in the top 10, which is a good sign. In its 6th week of being out there, which is great. Great for that movie. Sound of Freedom still holding and clawing on to the top 10 right at the end of it. And that is just pretty awesome. The Last Voyage of Demeter fell off the top 10 and is trailing now. It is definitely going to look like it's it's doing that flop thing. Old Boy, which I didn't even know was out, is number 12. Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny also got kicked out of the top 10. Elemental and Jules also. So that's our box office look for the week, and it's tying into another storyline here. Blue Beetle. Oh wow, you guys have been talking. Okay, while you've been talking, William says, yeah, but none of the women on the moon-based UFO Oh, yes, Varian and the blue hair. And, Kitty says, "Or red hair, you have to watch out for them a lot." Aw. Um, and Brogu says, "Blue Beetle is a family-friendly movie that is perfect for streaming service, not a big blockbuster movie for the theaters." That is also what I've been hearing. But a lot of people said that they love that movie, and there's some people who are like, "Eh, could do without it." William Blake Hall says, "Saw, Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning, 1, part 1 again yesterday. Love me a 10-foot high Haley Atwolf." She is gorgeous. It would be no, they probably wouldn't. I was like, "Oh, she would be good for Wonder Woman," but, they wouldn't hire her. I think they're looking for younger, and so, yeah. And, speaking of Wonder Woman, there's a young lady in this Blue Beetle movie that is absolutely drop dead gorgeous, that is playing the love interest, if you will, and I think, like, she looks like she could be a great Wonder Woman. Um, and, I'm not sure, if that would work, but I think looks-wise, she definitely nails it. And Unicorn Rampant Studio says, "Always had great luck with redheads." Woo! Sorry for straying off the topic. And Bonzico Bone says, "Doing the thing they call flopping." Yes. It's doing that thing again. And, Unicorn Rampant Studio says, "I accidentally saw the trailer for Beetle. I thought so much of it was good except for the actual people. Like, it felt great, but the cast was totally forgettable." Ooh, ouch. And, Keith E says, "Redheads are always a topic with me. No problem." And, and Unicorn says, "Agreed. Wow." And uh, lots of love for redheads today. And William Blake Hall says, and yet got Jeffrey Arend got Christina Hendricks. Not sure who those people are, but and Keith E says, I've seen a few reviews for Blue Beetle, and they all seem to like it." Yeah, there's a lot of people who like it. A lot of tough critics too that have liked this movie, and it's just very interesting what's happening with it. And William Blake Hall says Atwell's agent Peggy Carter was already kind of a sub Rosa Wonder Woman. Yes, I think so. It has many of those qualities. And Burglar says, "What's going on with the redheads? Oh, they're hot. Is that that's what I'm getting? Redheads are hot." And so why is it flopping? Why is it doing that thing that the kids are calling flopping these days? And, I do, like, a little summary here. Box office, Blue Beetle stumbles with 25 million debut, ends Barbie's 4-week, streak, and that's from Variety. So I've got some reasons here that I would say the experts online are saying. I've thrown in a few ideas myself. Uh, One of the concepts here is that some of the news organizations were blaming Latinos for not supporting the film enough, which is not true. I think a lot of people have gone out to see the movie. There's some people who just won't see the movie because they don't like, they don't think it's interesting enough to go see. They're not impressed by the trailer, so they have every right not to see the movie. Also, a lot of people are thinking that they can blame the Zack Snyder diehard fans, which I don't know how diehard fans are can be blamed for this. This is if they're so those fans were considered a small minority, um, and, and that's verbatim from James Gunn himself. And if that's true, then how can we affect, or how can the fan base affect the 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 box office. So that's definitely not true. And I know quite a few Zack Snyder diehard fans that went to see this movie and liked it. So that's also another misnomer. There, that's not happening. And then bad marketing or simply not enough advertising, which is partially true. When you compare what they did for Barbie, which was $100 million movie, compared to what they did for Blue Beetle, it is night and day, and they really didn't play up a lot of this. Some people were saying, "Hey, the main star of Blue Beetle was also in Cobra Kai. Why not promote this amongst that fan base as well?" And so that could be a very big problem with this. And then I also heard from someone else that there was a big like billboard of Blue Beetle, but a lot of people are wondering who is and what is Blue Beetle, right? That leads me to the next one. Not many people know this character. Oh, skip the S on the end there. Not a lot of people know who Blue Beetle is or care, except for people who are diehard comic book fans who know the character, been investing in the comic books, and know that character. If you don't, it's going to be like, who is this? And whereas they did have a character that was very well known, and they canceled the movie. I'm talking about Batgirl. So that is very, very interesting to me, because this may be the biggest reason why Blue Beetle is not doing as well as it could be. Some people have said that the actors not being able to promote the movie is a big problem, and I am not sure if that's true, because I find that nowadays it seems like anything actors say during promotional tours or do during promotional tours can affect the movie negatively. We had instances where people have said things inappropriately, like Zachary Levi, his the things that he had to say that really hurt his movie, Shazam, too. And right now, Rachel Ziegler with Snow White, that movie is pretty much dead in the water because of her statements, and the movie hasn't even come out yet. It hasn't even. It's. I don't think it's even ready to come out yet. So it's pretty harsh, that actors even just, like, speaking out loud can affect the way people are seeing the movies. Um, uh, Another example is, of course, the way people are looking at, looked at The Flash and judged that movie before even watching that movie because of Ezra Miller's proclivities, in his personal and in their personal life. And also, what else? Black Adam. While doing the promotional tour, Pierce Brosnan was wearing a charm that he had received from I forgot, the Dalai Lama, and China banned the movie because they don't want to have anything to do with Buddhism in general, and so that was a big deal for Black Adam. That hurt that movie sales incredibly. So uh, maybe that's not a bad thing that the actors aren't actually, doing the press tour for everything. Um, but this next one is very interesting. James Gunn told fans that the film wasn't going to be part of his DCU films that he's developing, and that really affected all. I would say about 4 films that's happening right now. It was just sort of wild because once he said that these movies are not going to be part of his DC, people didn't really feel like there was a need to see them. This is a dying ember of the last administration, and so they're ready for the new thing. They're not interested in seeing what's not relevant anymore. And so that's part of the reason why a lot of people are just not interested. And for some people, they're confused. They're like, "Are we? Which one is it? Is this going to be part of it, or is that going to be part of it?" Then there were some comments from the director that people didn't like, and that's also, I think there's a backlash towards that. So it's very interesting. Poor Beetle is having such a hard time, and I do hope that in time we'll all get to see the movie and see how great it is. If it is truly great, I haven't seen it yet, and the theater around me does not have it, so I will not be able to see it. But it's just one of those things. Uh, a lot of people aren't going to see this movie, and they aren't interested. And Unicorn Rampant Studio says, there was more to this. Let's see. Let's see. And that's just from the trailer. I don't want to speak to everyone's performance. It just felt generic. Talking about Beetle. Yes, it felt like something from the early aughts, in my opinion, like something that would have been great for 2004. Unicorn Rampant Studio says, I think the studios are having a problem mixing the nostalgia of the names of the original characters with with the crowd that reads the comics today. Ooh, good point. Yeah. What I don't understand is that who greenlit this? Like, why did like I yeah, the green light for this movie was just also too like, why this character? There are like so many other characters too that you could have used, and this one was the one that you thought of. Interesting. And William Blake Hall says, interesting point, Unicorn. For me, Green Lantern is always Silver Age. Ooh. Yeah, Green Lantern, I don't understand why that hasn't been taken to, they haven't done anything with Green Lantern, and except for the animated um, aspects. And this is, Green Lantern is the Star Wars of the DC world. You can build an entire universe around and that concept right there. There's so much lore for that. That's just unfortunately uh, they're they're just ignoring it. And Grogu says blaming Latinos for not going to Blue Beetle movie is ridiculous. Yeah, they actually did like they were doing that, and I'm like, look, they have actually um done the statistics to see who's going to see the movie, and I think they've done a really great job of supporting that movie and keeping it on the top 10 list. So uh, uh, there's nothing much else to do. But if it's not appealing to people, it's not appealing to people. It's just that simple. Um, and that's what's really happening. I mean, the trailer was terrible in my opinion, but I think what was really exciting was the suit. And they really, I think it would have been nice if the trailer had gone into detail about the suit and what it is, and and more to do with maybe the bad guy or something like I don't even think I saw Susan Sarandon in the trailer, which would have been great to see her in the trailer. I didn't even know she was in the movie. So that was, you know, a misstep in my opinion. And Unicorn Rampant Studio says the people who read the comics today, at least in my experience, don't really know anything about the original comics. So it's hard to be nostalgic. Ooh. And says, yeah, that's really a weird one, blaming Latinos. Yeah, I think so. Uh, and it is really crazy. Still going, awesome. El Necron says, yes, I don't know. You know what happened was Ahsoka was 2 episodes, so covering 2 episodes made it extra long. And Unicorn Rampant said, oh, by the way, everyone, I'm going to be over at El Necron's channel later on today. I believe so, right? Let me know if I've got that information to correct. Um, we should be going over uh, things from the 1980s, a celebration of 1980s. Um, and Unicorn says, does anyone know of any person who is a rabid Blue Beetle fan from the last 15 years? Yeah, like I've never heard of it. I've never heard of it. And Unicorn Rhapsody says, I know everything about the original Blue Beetle from Carlton Comics, and then the Ted Cord revisioning in the 1980s with DC Comics. Wow. That's right. You know a lot about comics. And when I say that, I don't mean casually, right? You definitely, I would say expert level, is saying hello to Alnecron. And Unicorn says, I know zero about everything else except for how cool the most current costume looks in end of story. Yeah, the costume, it's definitely cool. They showed first glimpses of the costume, looks great, and I think they should have played on that. They should have played on that and showed us some of the tech involved, things that he can do, introduce us to the character properly, and then save all of the family stuff for the movie. Because that when it comes down to it, we want to know what's different between him and Iron Man. Like why should we care about Blue Beetle? Is it a replica of something we already know, or is it unique and different? So show us what's unique and different between the family stuff. To me, that's it. But I think it worked if it was about like, let's make sure we get the entire Latino community into the theaters. I think it was like, hey, we've got to support this movie uh, to show that um, that movies with Latino leads can be profitable. But at the end of the day, it's um, like how you've got to be able to get everybody in the theater, and the only way to do that is not just with word of mouth, but also like actually shows why we should be interested in the character. Like I think his suit is a nice tactical way of doing it. And the thing is that they did not usually these movies would have several like one trailer and then a second trailer for different markets, and that would have been nice like to have the two trailers at marketing money. I don't know where I don't know where that is at. And Keithy says, I asked him if it was Herbie's grandson, and they laughed and they made fun of me for weeks. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I didn't read the first part. I worked in at a hotel in housekeeping department. Was all over Blue Beetle. Oh, really? It was always on the break table. Oh, cute. And I asked them if it was Herbie's grandson, and they laughed at me and made fun of me for. Oh, wow. Um, Oh, you went to lunch. Okay, sorry. I know I've been on forever. And Maddie's daddy's here. Hello. Good morning, Orangey. I can't stay today, but I wanted to say hi and drop a like. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. I hope you're having a great day as well. And oh, El Nacron, it moved to next Wednesday. Okay, cool, cool, cool. Cool, cool, cool. I'll write that down in my schedule. Thank you for letting me know. Um, so next Wednesday, guys, I'll be on El Necron's channel. Uh, and Keith E says, Herbie was the love bug, is the only other bug I ever know. And Brogu says, okay, if we keep going, you can flow right into Pandora's box. Brilliant. Yeah, no, well, we're doing it. We're gonna do that next week. Next week will be Pandora's box. Um, and Unicorn Rampant City says, yes, we don't always need to know the actual story of the superhero. They could just be a superhero and do things superhero does do. Yeah. I don't mind like show us why what's different about him being a superhero. Um, The superhero can be an interesting character as a superhero is what I'm trying to say. Yes. I hear you. And CD says, "Is Blue Beetle is a grandson of Herbie the Love Bug?" Oh, yeah, I get it. Bugs, Blue Beetle. um, and yes, okay. So that was that, and so that brings me to the next question. Aquaman 2. Oh my God, is it gonna do that thing they call flopping? Is it when it comes out? Is it gonna flop around? Is it gonna flop around, guys? Um, it's really concerning because I have some things here that of concern. It's first thing, it's not connected to the first movie. Um, they well, I wouldn't say it's not connected, but it's not connected. It's got a lot of the same characters, but they're going with a lot of changes. So there's a disconnect from the first movie and the storyline. And it's not connected to the DCEU. It's not connected to James Gunn's DCU. And when I just as a refresher for anybody who doesn't know what the DCEU is, and that's everything that came before James Gunn for superhero movies with Warner Brothers. And also, there's superhero fatigue. Now that it's sort of some people say it's a myth, some people say it's real. It's still a topic of curiosity because it just doesn't seem like people are vibing with any of the superhero movies that are coming out now. Just like every once in a while, one will hit uh, in a certain way, and then other than that, it's like it's it's been very touch and go. The other thing is Amber Heard. Rumors are saying that they did some more reshoots and she's out of the picture, and some other rumors are saying she's still in. So, not sure what that is, but if she's still in, there may be some people who are going to boycott the movie because of her. And also overexposure. This movie was supposed to come out years ago, and it was delayed over a year, just like um, all of these movies that are flopping right now, or doing that thing that's called flopping. And the actors, another thing, the actors can't promote the film. You can consider that a pro or a con. Because, like I said, actors, anything they say right now can be taken, used against them in a court of public opinion. And then the audience is not sure that this is James Wan's vision because of all of the rumors of all of the reshoots. And who's making those reshoots? Is it James Gunn? um, to ensure that these movies are not going to compete with his movies, or are these reshoots something that James Wan wants to to go back to form, or to just change the storyline? It just feels like we're gonna get a Frankenstein movie on our hands. So that's very, very unsettling for a lot for fans, and, the one thing that this movie has going for it is that many, people will or may be going to see the movie just for, Jason Momoa's charisma all on its own, but I have to say this, some fans are not entirely starstruck over him as much as they used to be. So, that is something to look at very carefully, when, then making the decision on whether or not this is going to, um, you know, land the plane. And so William says, Spider-Man, Ant-Man, Blue Beetle, I even liked Black Scorpion. Oh, cool. And, Lugu says, "Does anybody remember Wonderbug?" I don't think I remember that. And William Blake Hall says, "I might prefer to see Aqua Lung, a character created by the rock, right, by the rock band Jethro Tull." Wow, ouch. And Unicorn Rabbit Studio says, "The superhero to me is a as a form of escapism, but they've become so common. We're escaping into them instead of escaping with them." Interesting. Wow, those are powerful words. Um, and, let's see, um, and, Macron says, "Gun butchering anything not his." Yeah, I am wondering if these reshoots for a lot of these movies are just to protect the future movies to ensure that they're gonna be successful. Um, I don't know. I don't know. It could be a conspiracy, but it's very interesting that this movie is going through yet another round of reshoots. So, just as a background for everybody, this movie has gone through at least two major reshoots. Um, Yes, in total, I think 2 to 3 different, um, reshoots, at least 2 that to my knowledge, and not just reshoots, but major reshoots. That means they're retooling this movie from beginning to end, and, William Breakout says, "Good call," um, and, um see, Brogu says, the Aquaman movie doesn't feel like it's gonna be good. I could be wrong. Yeah, I mean, I could be wrong. Like, I'm not saying that it's gonna be good or bad. I'm saying, ooh, doesn't look good. Doesn't look like they're confident in this. And Rogu says, "I think you're right, Retro, when you say it's going to be a Frankenstein movie." Yeah, I'm talking about like Justice League level. I really want to see the director's cut like now. I don't want to even bother with what we're going to see in theaters. I want to see the director's cut of this because it's probably going to be wildly different, is what I'm saying. It's really so sad because James Wan had this wonderful story that he wanted to do, The Trench, and that was canceled. So he didn't get that, and that was supposed to be a horror story almost, um, and didn't get to do that. Um, so the next story, I'm sorry that this is going so long, but there was so much to talk about. Oppenheimer beats Spider-Man. This is going to be short. Um, let's see. In a notable movie, Oppenheimer has transcended Spider-Man across the Spider-Verse and Fast X, nearing the remarkable 1 billion landmark. Despite a month of having passed since its debut, Christopher Nolan's World War II biographical masterpiece continues to captivate audiences, amassing a global box office of a total exceeding 717 million as the year 2023 unfolds. Oppenheimer proudly secures its position as the fourth highest grossing film worldwide. So Oppenheimer doing great, and I think word of mouth, people are loving it. People are seeing this movie multiple times. I myself want to see it a second time as well, because it's really good, has lots of juicy there's that word again, juicy, lots of juicy details in it about, you know, these characters and what they're feeling. The soundtrack in this movie is is incredible. I cannot say enough about the soundtrack, the sound design, and just the visuals in general, the editing. I know some people either you love the editing or you hate the editing. I enjoyed it immensely. Loved all of it. Nothing but great things to say about Oppenheimer. And so we talk a little bit about the thing that they call flopping. So we've got a summer there. It's calling it the summer of flops, which I'm really interested to talk about. We've got a lot of movies that have essentially flopped, and I wouldn't say this is a summer movie, but it's in within the flopping zone, if you will. And Haunted Mansion, Voyage of Demeter, which I heard from a lot of people that this was a good movie. Like, why is that movie flopping? Oh, El Necron, you said you loved the Voyage of Demeter, didn't you? I don't understand why people are not liking that more. But also, maybe this should have been a movie that was released during Halloween. Maybe that's what it is. It's the release date, that could be the biggest problem. And Haunted Mansion is another movie I feel that should have been released around Halloween. It would have been more receptive, to the public at about that time. So we have The Flash that, did what it did. And a lot of people who saw that movie said it was an excellent movie. And some people, there are a lot of criticisms about the movie, criticisms about Ezra Miller, but I saw within the totality of people enjoying the movie more than they did not like the movie. So there was that. Shazam 2, people said it was a serviceable movie. It was good. Um, but some people, of course, as I told you before, we talked about the things that Zachary Levi had to say that may have had a big impact on the box office for that movie. Really tanked it hard. But also the fact that it wasn't a part of James Gunn's universe. Uh, some people were like, "What? We'll wait until it comes on streaming," and a lot of people have done that. It's on streaming now. Ooh, go back. Um, we've got Indy 5. That really it was very sad what happened to that movie. And I did see some people, for nostalgic reasons, said, "Hey, it was great." Some people said it was decent. Some people said it was terrible, and some people said it was okay, and it was split in those 4 ways all the way down the line as far as results, like, as far as people were saying, those just the same amount of people said each, thing about Indy 5. So, um, that mixed reviews is what we would say. Elemental, something another thing that had mixed reviews, but seems like, people are definitely still trying to, see this movie. It still has legs, but fortunately, it didn't do as well as it should. Insidious, that sequel, that really came and went. Transformers, that was a huge loss for the studios, and Ruby Gillman is another one that, unfortunately, some people loved it, thought it was hilarious, but it didn't hold water, so to speak. No pun intended, or maybe it was intended just a little. And Brogu says, maybe if the Terminator had came back in time and got rid of Oppenheimer and other scientists that created these bombs, the world might be a safer place. Just a thought. Well, here's the thing. And the movie talks about this a little bit. Um, it's not sure if if other people were going to come up with the bombs first. And so it was a race against time to be the first to make the bombs. But nobody knew what the bombs were going to do in totality. And I talked about this a little bit with um, uh, um, Skywalker the Jedi on his channel, where we did a full breakdown of Oppenheimer. If you guys didn't see that, I'm gonna get that so that way you can see that incredible. That was an incredible breakdown. I'm quite proud of that. Let's see. Um, I can find it really quick. Um, yes, copy link. Showed up right away, right away. Let's see if I can get this. Okay. Wow, that was a long. That's a long. A long thing. Yeah. So we went through every single detail on it. One of the aspects that that we talked about was these guys didn't know whether the bomb was going to destroy the entire planet. That's how crazy this was. And already millions of people had died from the war in Germany, and it was pretty dire. These guys thought they were doing a good thing, but they didn't know that their invention was going to be taken and um, you know and and done the way it was done. Even though there was some idea that was going to happen, they didn't exactly know um, that what was going to happen. They knew what was going to happen, but they didn't know what was going to happen. But it is it was a race against time because other people were also working on the atomic bomb, and um, it was uh, a weird thing, but it got out of hand. It was something that got out of hand, and I believe right now we have over 13,000 um, bombs, or yep, 13,000, I believe. I forgot. I wrote it down somewhere, but we've got a lot of bombs. We got a lot of bombs hanging around. Let me see if I still have my notes for Oppenheimer, um, because that's one of the things. I took some notes here. Um, what is it? Yep, 13,000 atomic, over 2,000, sorry, over 13,000 atomic bombs in existence today. Today. So, yeah. Um, and we're very lucky and very, very lucky that it, we haven't been using them at nauseum to end wars, because it is really, really, um, we should not be using them. We should not use them at all. It's too detrimental, too disgusting, and irresponsible. I believe in every sense of the word. But there was a threat of possibly it getting to the wrong hands, if you will. And you have to always ask yourself. Sometimes in any hands, it's the wrong hands with something like that. And oh my goodness, there's some more stuff about that bomb that's really crazy, because it is, the hydrogen bomb was the other option, which is 1,000 times more powerful than an atomic bomb. Crazy, insane. And sorry about that. I went on another tangent. And William Blake Hall says, intrigued by the idea, Brogu, but the principle would still be out there for someone else to realize. Yes, it is one of those things where I don't think they had a choice but to do that. But then the option of actually using it was, I think, the area in which I feel is the area we can definitely apply some blame to the disregard for life in that respect. Keith E says, or something else would have developed that ended up being worse. Yeah, the hydrogen bomb, which is just terrifying, terrifying. Unicorn Rampant Studio says vampire boat fatigue. For the voyage of the Demeter. Yeah, but I think if this was released in October, this would have done very well in October, or late September at most. And William Blake Hall says, or people wanted more Dracula as a character more than simply a monster. You may have a point there. I do like a nice seductive Dracula, but I think also too the monster is interesting. It's very interesting, and it would be very interesting to think of perhaps there is a man underneath that monster, but because of the ravenous nature of his hunger, he's a monster, but at some point he can change into a man. So now they need to release a Dracula movie and show us what happens to the monster once he's fully fed and he's ready to become Dracula, the character. That'd be great. Wouldn't that be good? Like this is the first one, but the next one would be Dracula. Brogu says they can destroy the world hundreds of times over. I don't know. I don't know what could be worse. Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, it's pretty terrible. But again, to speak of the good here is that it has since um, them using it back in the day, it has not been used recently for any wars to end wars. So there's that good part. They haven't been ready to use it at the drop of a dime, and um, and we have to we're all alive. Is all I'm saying. We're all alive, guys. We're all alive. That's a really important piece. And KD says, I watch some of the channels and at the host at the 1 hour stops and is out of breath gasping. Retro Nerd Girl is definitely the Energizer Bunny. Thank you. So sweet. Yeah, I mean, I do want to talk more about this because I think it would be, these are great topics. And contrary to a lot of shows that I see, they're like, oh no, there's not much to talk about, so we're saving this for next week. I'm like, there's so much that happened this week. I really want to get this out, and chat about it. And El Necron says Voyage was a slow burn, not a very modern style build up to finale. If you like Hammer horror, you will like Voyage. Ooh, I can't wait to see it. Um, and Unicorn Rampant Studio says retro is feeding off of us so repetitiously. My goodness. Yes, well, the jokes are helping things along. But yeah, the conversation is great. William Blake Hall says, Necron, now that's a recommendation. Yes, I think so. I think you've made a really great point. You have great taste in movies, especially ones that has sort of like a nice flavor. You and I share a deep love for Werewolf by Night. The one thing that I think Disney got right, was it last year? Really incredible. Well, actually, they got one other thing right too, but that was just incredible. Actually, they got three things right last year, in my opinion. And so, yeah, Werewolf by Night, great movie. Um, and so I can't wait to see this, but I won't be able to see it in the theater. But I will definitely try to catch it whenever it becomes available. And Elnacron says it's not perfect for sure, but a good horror film. Okay. And Brogu says I love Hammer horror. And let's see, am I a little bit behind? Yes, the Manhattan Project, very very interesting project. And by the way, where they and I did talk about this in my deep dive, where they actually did the testing in New Mexico, still has remnants of radioactivity today. So whenever those bombs go off, they sink into the earth and they stay there for over 200,000 years. just, just saying. um, and oh, Unicorn Rampant Studio says a song by Rush about the story. Oh, okay, cool. And Broga says uh, uh, he loves Rush. And Unicorn says all the powers that be in the course of history would have changed forevermore. Oh, oh, that's like a line from the from, from the song. And as we know, the only good use of an atomic explosion is detonating a colony taken over by xenomorphs, as you may be trying to escape. And nice reference to aliens too. And express elevator uh, to hell going down. um, and Hicks agrees, says William Blake Hall. And Unicorn says, stay frosty. Brogu says, I don't know if you're up on current events, but we just got our butts kicked, pal. Oh, um, oh. It's more lines from the movie. William Blake Hall says, "Game over, man, game over." And Gogu says, "They mostly came out at night, mostly." And Unicorn Rampant Studio says, "Toasted Twinkies, man." Oh man. Okay, so I'm almost done. So the Flash only like as a bit of a soundbite. The Flash only made 268 at the box office, which I don't think they got anything back from that. Um, but they lost money. So there's a lot of new movies coming out. So besides uh, Aquaman 2, there's a lot of movies that maybe has the gumption to actually be good. And I think of these here, the ones that I'm the most interested in is of course Rebel Moon and Dune. Um, I the rest of them I don't really know, um, feel any which way about. Uh, Wish might be something I'm interested in. Might be. I'm not sure. Not quite sure about that. But so far these movies aren't really doing it. Like even Wonka, I would think like a movie about a magical character like Willy Wonka would really be something I'd be interested in. And the trailers have not really sparked an interest, which is very concerning. Um, there's also The Color Purple, and in my opinion, the first Color Purple was very good, and so I'm not sure what the difference will be in the remake. I know that some people have said that it's also going to give a lot more information that was in the book, and okay, um, I don't know. I just thought that the original had so many classic moments in it. I don't really like the idea of recreating that a special moment in time, that magic, and that might be a hard thing for me to watch. Um, but yeah, I'm totally interested in Rebel Moon and Dune, and also this one, Napoleon. The stills that have come out from that looks incredible, and it just looks like this there's just a whole bunch of story that is, that is, that we're gonna get, and, the cinematography so far looks amazing, attention to detail with the costumes and everything. Of course, Joaquin Phoenix is just one of those actors, and you know he's gonna give 110%. So I can't wait to see that. Now, just quick random headlines. We're almost out. We're on almost in the clear. Uh, but before I go with this here, I'm going to just check to see what you guys have said so far. William Blake Hall says, "I'd love to make only 268 million." Me too. And Bonzo Kilroy says, "Almost done now. Somebody get Retro some coffee. Maybe put some whiskey in it." Oh no. And, Brogu says Rebel Moon and Dune are the only ones I'm interested in also. Yeah, they're it's like slim pickings. And Bonzo Kilborn says, Marvels looks like it'll be cute kids movie. The haters are eating their fill on that one, but I think it has a chance. Yeah, I think that the Marvels are not for people our age at all. I don't think so. I think this the Marvels is specifically for little girls. Honestly, like honestly speaking, it's not we're not their demographic at all. They're not at all. Not even adult women. It's geared towards little girls. Um, I that's all I have to say. According to what I've seen in the storyline and the um, and everything that I've been seeing from the trailers and the teasers, it looks like it's for little girls. It's not for grown-ups. So that's you know, so, and we're out of the loop. We're not the market. And you know, it's really funny because I think nowadays we mix up the markets quite a lot. Everybody, you know, everybody sees everything. But honestly, back in the day, if you liked a horror movie, you saw the horror movie. But a romantic comedy, if you weren't into it, you didn't watch the romantic comedy. You avoided it like the plague. But every once in a while, there was one that actually like piqued your interest, and you went to go see it. Whereas now we're in an atmosphere where everybody sees everything. So even movies that are really should be for little kids, we're unsure like if it should be for little kids or if it should be for us. So even though the MCU is something that adults really spent a lot of money investing in, for some reason they decide this movie is really going to be geared towards kids because I mean that's what it looks like. Now the only thing that they've done, which I think is really, I think they are going to drop an F bomb in it, and which is very very disturbing. William Blake Hall says, "I got a title, Rebel Dune. No idea what it'll be about though." um, and Brogu says the visuals of Napoleon looks fantastic, doesn't it? It just looks so good. Um, I mean, what people are doing now with cameras and visual storytelling is just insane. For me, and we talked about this briefly before about storytelling. I'm a big fan. Like, if you could tell me a story just visually, like they used to do in the old days with the silent film, like, oh man, you got me. If you've got a great soundtrack to go with it, and ah, ah, how does Zach Levy look like a kid and an old man at the same time? Yeah, well, yeah, this is actually one of the older things, pictures, I think. Um, and Broly says, almost done. Terminator, Terminator, Terminator. And, which we're gonna talk about the Terminator really, and Unicorn says, "Pew, pew, pew." And, William Blake Hall says, "Tom Cruise is 61 and doesn't even look like an old man." Yeah, he doesn't. And Unicorn says, "We got a message from the future 9th or 10th anniversary party, and there's only a few minutes left on this stream, even though it feels like it go on for a while." Right? It's almost And Unicorn says, "Tom Cruise uses Crowy-based Golden Dawn blood youth engineering magic." I joke. Well, some people are believe that's true. That's which is really insane. And let's see. And Brogu says, "That's Friday." Well, I have something to say about that. I'm actually well, while we're on the topic of Terminator and Friday, I was going to do the final episode of the Terminator Fix the Terminator series. And I'm looking at it and thinking, wow, I've got a lot of gumption to think I'm going to just write something really quick. And, writing is a skill that people have that is really, really, um, I look up to and I respect. So here's the thing. I do believe that I need more time to work on it because it is really like unfinished and kind of like needs a little bit more loving on it. And I've got like such a crazy schedule. So I should take a little time on it because I think there's something really juicy. There's the word juicy again. There's something very interesting there, and I really want to make it good, and I really want to make it um, like an experience. So I'm going to take some time on it, and we're going to move on to the next subject matter that I'm going to focus in. So if you guys might see a shift in the in the what is it called? Ooh, what is it called? A shift in the content that's posted or whatever. So this Friday, we'll begin a new topic. So and then I'll work on fixing the Terminator franchise and show it at another time. I hope that makes sense. Does that make sense to everybody? Does that make sense? Does that Please let me know if that make if that makes sense. I'll bring it back when I'm done, and then we'll look at it. It might be like a month or two, or maybe more, but I don't want to just throw something together and kind of make light of the fact that there are people who actually do this and can do it well. At least give it a good try and make it entertaining and fun and something I can be a little bit proud of. Um, and let's see, and yes, and let's see. Bonzo says, "Tom's magic is in Doctor Scalpel is in a Doctor Scalpel. What's that? I don't know what that is." Oh, did I miss something? Yes, I did. Sorry about that. Unicorn says, "Fun fact: I visited the room at which Napoleon was born in Corsica, where a part of my family is from." Oh, so cool! Oh, wow. Oh, get a little something to drink. All right, and William Blake Hall says, "Retro, you will notice I can world build endlessly, come up with a story, not so not so much." Yes, well, I have to. I know you sent me like a whole bunch of stuff, and I will say. some of it I'll be able to use, and some of it I won't. But I'll do my best to incorporate everything everybody has said, including some of my own ideas. And um, and again, I do want to take it seriously and not just throw something together, and make it nice. Make it nice, make it a little nice. And of course, it says, the creator Taylor was incredible before watching Beetle yesterday. Oh, really? Trailer. Yes. Okay, trailer. Why did I say Taylor? So crazy. Brogu says, take your time, Retro. We enjoy anything and everything that you put out in your streams. Thank you so much. That's really sweet. So Friday is a surprise. Yeah, a new topic. Maybe you guys have already seen the topic already, but it's a brand new topic. And I don't want to mention it because I want to start super fresh on Friday. Because then I have to like go through this and like start writing stuff down ahead of time, and I kind of want to make it a little bit fresh. So, um, and juicy, fresh and juicy. um, and Brogu says, yes, it makes sense. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I was worried about that. I didn't want to disappoint you guys too much. And Keith E says, phone nails. It's okay. You're driving the ship, so don't try this at home. And Bonzo says, plastic surgery for Mr. Cruz. Yeah, well, sometimes you gotta it's a little nip and tuck it, every once in a while. Especially if you're in show business, it is, what you look like. People make assumptions about you immediately. So, for celebrities, I can see how they can get pressured into doing a little nip and tuck. And William says, I don't believe that of Cruz. Capsules tend to make faces look stuck in a perpetual wind. A perpetual wind, yes. Um, um, I think they're getting really good now that you can tweak here and there. There are also injectables that can help smooth things out. Um, so I think he's getting something just for upkeep, but um, as far as facelifts for guys, it's a little bit, the skin texture is a little thicker, so it doesn't, work it doesn't look the same as a lot of, females. It has to be treated in a certain way, and they have to do more subtle things. They have to do more subtle, tricks. I think it's plastic surgery to me, I find it fascinating. Um, and although, it is something, uh, like I said, if I haven't, gotten a facelift, luckily. I don't think I need one, but if I did, that's what you do, you get one, but I don't think I would need one for a while, maybe in, like, 10 years. Corsic says, "I agree, Marvels, don't look like it's for adults." No, it's not I don't think it's for adults, it's for kids because it's it's jokes and like, oh, yeah, there's nothing serious about it. So it's definitely for kids. Um, and there's another thing about plastic surgery that's really hard is that once people start doing it, it seems like they get addicted to doing it. So I'm just gonna stay. I think just stay myself. I'll just be me. But no qualms, no problems with other people doing it. I think it's fascinating that you can change your face. You don't like it, change it. And, you're so sweet. Bonzo Gilmore says, "Retro, don't date change a thing. You're beautiful." Thank you. Oh, yeah, and William Blake Hall is saying, "Popcorn in bed, Sister Carly tends to keep juicy for romantic in a a forbidden or sexy way. Oh, okay. I just say everything is juicy. Uh, uh, let's see. Life is juicy. We're doing it, guys. We're living. Oh my god, I'm starting to get, like, ridiculous right now. This is what happens when I'm on for too long. Okay, Bonsico one says, "Retro, don't change a thing." Okay, yes, I read that already. Unicorn says, "Okay, I guess they could be injecting the jackal blood instead of drinking it." Ooh. And, William says Emmanuel Burt Clear in the first Mission Impossible, she became a tragedy of plastic surgery. Oh yes, that young lady. Oh, that lady. That's yeah. You have to be careful, and also, like I said, the whole thing of like getting too much. I just do home stuff like I make sure to massage my face and get some moisturizer on there and go, I do the self-care thing. Um, there are some like home devices you can use to massage the face and massage the skin, and that helps. Um, there's like lymphatics flow things that can help get away some inflammation, stuff like that. There's lots of natural ways of doing things. I remember when I was 29, there was this one wrinkle that was right here. That was it was coming in hot, and then there was the 11s right here that was coming in, and I just started like massaging it, and they went away. They went away. They was just went away, so I got lucky with those, and that was when I was 28. Unicorn Rampant Studio says, "The real world is not real, and we're living." Yes. It's true. Yep, live a little. And, okay, so let's do the rapid fire, I would call it. These are just things I got from Twitter. I should call this like, X-Files or something like that. Or I'm just, shooting, on this one. Let's see. So what's the story here? Zachary Levi says that he would be open to returning as Flynn for a live-action Rapunzel remake if Florence Pugh was willing to play Rapunzel. And that would be a trip because my real last name is Pugh, so you'd have a Pew Pew entangled, which is a funny joke, of course. But I would be very, very leery to have Zachary star in anything if I was a movie studio based on his behavior in the last movie he starred in, um, where he started, you know, talking terribly to the fans. Like, you gotta have better public relation skills than that. And then some of his comments during the strike were very highly questionable. So, lots of not sure that he would be the perfect PR front man for something like this. Not to mention that these characters are in their 20s. So I think he knows very well that he's probably not gonna be chosen for a live action for these movies. But I think it was worth, kind of, story news, but, kind of we know the deal here. We know that what the deal is. And for those of you who are long-term fans of Charles Martinet, who voiced Mario, he's actually not going to be voicing the character anymore. Says, "My new adventure begins, and you're all number one in my heart." Such a sweet guy, but yeah, he's done playing Mario's uh, um, voice as a voice actor. And there's also this news here: seasons 1 and 2 of The Mandalorian will be released in 4K Blu-ray, which is very interesting. That Disney is beginning to put some of its things in. in physical media. This is great news for people like me who are beginning to put together some sort of physical media library or stash. And so one of the things I want to do with the physical media that I get is I want to, I want updated stuff and I want all sorts of different things. So yeah, this is really great news. There was some news though that and I don't remember the story exactly, but there was some concerns that Disney was completely ending their physical media, um, and so it is not true. So they are, I suppose, shifting their attention to maybe some of the exclusive content that's on their channel. So that's totally awesome. And here's something that was interesting to me. Um, Texas Congressman Joaquin Castro has nominated 27 Latino driven films for inclusion in the National Film Registry. Among the suggestions of film that brought Oscar nominations to Latino actors and artists, including Salma Hayek as Mexican artist Frida Kahlo in Frida 2002, Catalina Sandino Moreno, who portrayed a desperate, undocumented pregnant immigrant in Maria Full of Grace in 2004. And, this name is going to be hard, Domaine Bitcher, who played an undocumented worker in Los Angeles in A Better Life in 2011. All were nominated for lead acting Oscars. Other notable titles nominated by congressmen are Peter Sollett's coming-of-age indie, Raising Victor Vargas, Alfonso Aru's romantic drama, Like Water for Chocolate. I remember that movie, 1992, and Darnell Martin's I Like It, I Like It Like That in 1994, a story of Puerto Rican family in the a story of a Puerto Rican family in the Bronx. And this news comes from Variety. So that's pretty cool. Like there are the Latino community is getting things together and just documenting more things in their history. And I really wanted to go look at some really cool films at one point. So that's something that we might do. Latin films, um, uh, or famous Latin films that we know of. And then this is an interesting story right here. Variety also brings this to us. Movie tickets across the U.S. will be heavily discounted on August 27th in honor of National Cinema Day, guys. So that means that if you guys are going to go see the movies on Sunday, it might be at a very nice price. So just wanted to let you guys know. Um, and that's gonna do it. Oh wow, we we did it. We finally got through with the slide. What a day! My gosh, uh, that is incredible, guys. Um, that is completely incredible. 4 hours of nonstop talking. Whoa! And just a wonderful conversation. You guys are just incredible. All the things that you had to say. I had a blast. I want like every stream to go just like this. All right. So, Bo says, but enjoy the rest of your day, everyone. And never forget that the cowbell, more cowbell is always good. This is the way. Thank you. I'm going to add this to the closing stream, the closing video today. So, guys, yes, phew, we are going to have a stream on Friday. which we will talk about a topic, and I will request your ideas for that topic. I'm gonna post that soon. Um, then also, I am going to have a watch party on Saturday, as always. And the movie that we'll be watching will be The Black Hole, 1979. And I can't wait. You guys are, it's going to be a lot of fun. And until then, and without further ado, oh, let me just make sure to read this one last thing. Um, William Blake Hall says, an astronomer friend tells me that the actual International Space Station will be overhead tomorrow. Well, that's possibly true. I cannot reveal that to the public as of yet. And Gordon Rampant City says it should be quite easy to see. That's you guys are so awesome. And yes, with that, I am going to play a wonderful little video. And during the video, you guys can say goodbye to the friends that we have in the chat and any friends that you made today. And any last things that you guys have to say to me, that would be great. And most welcome. And without further ado, guys, with all my heart, I bid you adieu. And I'll see you in the next video. Take care, guys.
Retro Nerd Girl, you are clear for takeoff.